morning.
I thought that you had a Scrooge in front of your door, not when I walked by really quick. I just did a double take. I go, that would be really funny.
I should do that.
You should.
We're having to find one.
You need one thing just to let them know I really do.
And where the hell is David?
Right here.
Oh, hey, David.
Hey, Felipe. How are you?
Oh, I can't even post.
On Facebook?
Nope. Nothing. Jail.
Telemundo jail.
Yep. That's what it is.
It was fun while it lasted with the World Cup.
It doesn't matter now because we're not on Facebook. So
Yeah, you run them like crazy.
run what you want.
True. Screw Zuck.
Good morning. How are you, David?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm sleeping well this week. By the way, how'd your thing work out?
I have the follow-up on Saturday with a telehealth call to find out what, if anything, there is wrong with me.
Gotcha.
Since I don't make very many eagles, there's nothing more fun to make than birdies.
I've never made a birdie. Actually, that's not true. I made one birdie on a par 3. Like that's a easy.
There's no such thing.
No such thing.
True.
There's no such thing.
In the green on the tee shot is pretty hard.
Unless it's mini golf and it was 63 yards, but
Right. That's my only hole in one, by the way, on a par 3 course.
really?
Yeah, it's starting to get to me.
I never had one.
Rest in peace, illegal family golf. You are now Amazon.
Yes. And very profitable.
Yeah. I wonder. I always wonder what they paid them.
Are you sure, Adam?
Mark, you think that Amazon paid illegal family golf
Yes.
above or below $10 million?
Way below.
Way below?
I don't think that plan's worth that much.
Oh.
Pretty sharp car.
Wow, KW, you're the first person I've ever heard say, I really don't like Stevie Nicks.
Queen or Elton John?
Elton John.
Oh,
Really?
my God. It's not close.
I think it is close.
No, it's not. The
No way.
number of hits that Elton John has is staggering.
It would be like comparing
Hold on,
Henry
'cause we're
Aaron's
starting,
career to
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. Happy December. We asked the question, how the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? Thanks so much for being with us. Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Hope your week's going well. You can almost see the finish line from here. What do you think you are? A 4-turn track, Mark, or are you like through turn 3? Heading to turn 4 today?
we're probably in turn 3.
Okay.
At this point, by the end of the show, we've cleared turn 3, if you know what I mean. For us, this is where the morning show pays off, David. This is where getting up early is okay, because by the time we're through turn 3, if you know what I mean. Because for everybody else, they're getting up, they've got to put in a full work day. 10 o'clock, we're into the weekend.
Right. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah. So hope November treated you well. Thanksgiving and all that. Now it's December. You can all put up your Christmas trees.
That's true.
Yours isn't up yet, is it?
Oh, yeah. Ours was up Saturday after Thanksgiving.
Really?
Say, you don't got to wait till December to do that. As
Well,
soon as Thanksgiving's over.
it's a point. Mark and I feel that Thanksgiving is completely neglected. All right. People go straight from Halloween to Christmas. Sometimes they barely wait hours. And so our point has always been, hey, just take a breath. I mean, still, you put it up on December 1st, you got 3.5 weeks. You're going to leave it up for darn near a week. I mean, that's another big question. When do you take it down? Do you do it before January 1 or after?
Almost on to me. And I'm not trying to split, but to me, it's like basically that's a day. You wake up New Year's Day and it's like, all right, enough already. Let's get this thing out of here. Time to clear out and get back to normal.
So if you think about it that way, I mean, if you do it December 1st, you still got it up for 4.5 weeks. I mean, that's a long time. But oh no. Just, first thing I did this morning to be nice to my wife so she didn't have to, bend and try to find it in the dark. I plugged in the tree and the lights and it's pretty.
Oh, so your lights are on all day in the house?
Well, no, we just unplugged the tree.
No, that's but I mean in the morning you put them in and then they're on all day? Because that's the kind of a coming home gets, our tree stays unlit. We plug it in 5, 6 o'clock at night as it's starting to get dark.
My wife likes it on in the morning from 5-ish to 8-ish, when she's doing her coffee and watching TV and goes for her walk. And, Mark, she's got a whole life without me.
Look at you being the sentimental guy, because I know how much you love Christmas. So for you to get up and turn the tree on, that's an 8-footer for par. Well, I'm pretty proud of you today, David.
Mark, I'm hoping one day to sleep with her again. So yes, all right. I plug in the tree when I can. Try to show her, I'm a nice guy. Remember me? I mean, I got my name on the door, hoping that she'd remember who I am. Occasionally, some mornings during a commercial break, I just walk down the hall and I shake her hand. I go, "Hi, I'm David. Were we married once?" And then I walk back in. It doesn't seem to be working. But, it's the little things, Mark. It's the little things. So, yes, it's December 1st. You can all put your trees up now. In fact, I'd love to hear from somebody who doesn't have their tree up. Remember when you used to have T-shirts and stuff like that? Somebody could send us something. We could actually send them a gift.
It could be worse. I'm just telling you, because where we do the show, there are a plethora of stations in the building. And there's one station in the building that plays Christmas music.
It's the Christmas station.
They flipped really early to Christmas music. And this just in, their morning show person is not a Christmas person. And yet she sits there for 4 hours, 4.5 hours when you get in at 5:30 and has nothing but Christmas music playing. So I'm just saying, it could be worse, David. You plugged the tree in on December 1st and you felt pretty good about it because it made your wife happy. It didn't necessarily make you happy, but you weren't listening to Burt Bacharach do a Christmas tune in the background.
This is when I know it's Christmas season, is I will get in the car, turn it on, and the radio is already programmed to a Christmas station. My wife doesn't know any of the radio or TV stations in Jacksonville. She's been here 3 months. She knows the Christmas radio station. Found that sucker right away by November 6th. Mm-hmm.
So I must admit, David, I'm not trying to trump your plugging the Christmas tree in, but this past week, and actually on Thanksgiving, was my wife and I's 10th wedding anniversary.
That's right.
So
congratulations.
My mother-in-law, thank you. My mother-in-law was in town. So Saturday we went out and had an anniversary dinner. Thursday, obviously Thanksgiving. So my mother-in-law watched our daughter, and Saturday we went out to Thanksgiving. And I knew, because it was our anniversary dinner, David, I knew we drove her car, which doesn't have the Sirius, just got the regular terrestrial radio. And I just said to my wife, I said, the Christmas station's already on. Couldn't turn it on the car fast enough. She was so happy the whole ride to dinner. And I'm in the car going,
"You idiot."
Well,
but then again, it's Saturday night, it's an anniversary, right? So you're trying to Right. You make it happen night. So,
Yeah.
look at you. Look at you sacrificing happiness for the next, few days and weeks, just looking for a little something, something. All right.
Yep. There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. Well, we all have a price to pay, cross to bear, that sort of thing. So here we are. And listen, I don't want to say it was a momentous evening or anything, but finally, the world of college football made the Rose Bowl an offer they couldn't refuse.
Yeah. Jump on board or become irrelevant.
Right. I mean, we love you guys. We'd love to have you. Yeah, but we're not happy with this. Like we said, we love you guys. We'd love to have you. But we got another one look just like you when we leave this room. So what's it going to be? I mean, if you want, you could wait till after dinner. You could hold off as long as possible. You went down kicking and screaming. But
well, and they did go down kicking and screaming too, because they tried to, at the end, they tried to acquiesce to everything the bowl committee wanted, but said, we really want to be able to play our game on New Year's Day. And they said, yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it's not going to work. I mean, some years it's on a New Year's Day just isn't convenient. We're going to do this when we do this. All right? You can still have your damn parade, okay? You guys can still walk around in your funny jackets. You can still keep paying Bill Hancock hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't know what the hell he's doing for you, and he doesn't need the money, but yeah, fine. Keep doing it. Are you in or out? By the way, you have until 5 o'clock local time. Close the business. That's it. Or we're moving on. The Fiesta Bowl was nothing once upon a time. Nothing. They damn near created that sucker out of thin air. And look at what that thing became. Within like 4 minutes, it was hosting the national championship game. You don't think we can make another granddaddy of them all? I know Herb Street will be sad. It's his favorite stadium to broadcast from. All right. He'll spend 3 hours during the game telling us that, but that's okay. We'll find another stadium with fake mountains. We'll get this done.
Besides, like you said, the mountains are in Tempe too. We can show that.
Totally.
Play a game in Miami. I can show the ocean if you want. I can give you the B-roll. It's not that hard to find some nice shots from the area that we're broadcasting the game from.
Listen, this is how good we are. We think we could replicate you in El Paso. Okay? Mountains all around that stadium. Only on the one side. Mexico on the other side. But that's okay. Where the cameras are pointing, it's nothing but mountains. Seriously, you got till 5 o'clock. What's the answer? Oh, you're in. Huh.
Good to see you jumped on board, Rose Bowl.
Welcome to the club. We'll get back to you, tell you when your games are.
But that means 12 is coming sooner, not later.
We only got this year and one more of 4. That's it. You're going to 12 for 2024. They haven't announced it officially yet. They're going to. I think they're trying to figure out, should we do it before conference championship weekend, which would be today, or we're going to do it afterwards. But so if we did poll questions, and we don't do those anymore, but if we did poll questions, are you happy with 12? All right. And don't say, I would have preferred 6. My number was 8. That was not the damn question. Okay. The question is, we're at 4 now. We're going to 12. Which would you prefer, 4 or 12?
And I'm all for 12. I'm on board.
Well, and I know it's a little early for this. Could have done this anytime. But did you see Bud Elliott sent out a tweet last night in which he said, if the Vegas favorites were to win this weekend, because that means like Kansas State would be knocked out of the playoff, because that would be their 4th loss. It means Utah would be knocked out of the playoff. And if they just went by the rankings, so 2 other teams would move up into the playoff. Clemson would be at Penn State in an 8-9 game, the winner to face Georgia. Washington would be at Tennessee in a 7-10 matchup, winner to go to Michigan. Tulane, because they're the betting favorite over UCF, so they get in as the 12. They would be at Ohio State, winner to face USC. And Florida State would be the last at-large team. They would go to Alabama in a 6-11 matchup, the winner to go to TCU. Any of that interest anybody?
Man, oh man. The irony, too, of Florida State going to Alabama where it all ended, or the Alabama-Florida State game where it kind of all ended for the Noles a couple of years back.
That was opening day of 2017.
And it kind of all ended that day.
No, Mark, it did. You're right. It will have been 6 seasons a circle to get back to where they were. Yes. Mm-hmm. So that's how it would look if we were doing 12 this year.
Miller and Moulton. Nice show lined up for you today. Dalton Miller from Pro Football Network will join us. We'll talk with Roy Cummings about the Bucs, and Dr. Roto promises to be here to take your fantasy football questions on Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here.
Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Couple of things that won't make today was a day when that I find funny. Today in 2006, GQ magazine names Kid Rock and Pamela Anderson newlyweds of the year. By the time the issue hits newsstands, they're divorced.
Perfect.
And the other one is in 1991, Jerry Cantrell, who's the guitarist and founder of Alice in Chains, thinks there are 31 days in November, continues his hunting trip, causing the band to miss their show opening for Van Halen.
Oh my God. You got to be kidding me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. I just realized I have my NBA ban, so I can't do an NBA play of the day.
Correct.
Crap.
You're not allowed to do an NBA play of the day. You
can't talk about the NBA. You can't sit there and say
Even
James
during
Harden had
commercial
31.
break.
No. You are banned.
Banned.
Such a good night last night, too.
Nope.
like an incredible night.
Oh, well,
I gotta find a play of the day.
You better get to work.
RCB, I think they'd give Bama a game. I do. I think their secondary would cause them to lose. Bryce Young would tear them up, but well, KW, the fourth tiebreaker, was going to decide the group with Mexico and Poland in it.
They weren't getting anyhow.
No, Mexico wasn't. They were going to lose on fair play.
On yellow cards.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Here you go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"21 minutes past the hour. Top of the morning to you. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network. FloridaSportsNetwork.com. Dalton Miller, Pro Football Network, in a little more than an hour. Roy Cummings to start our 8 o'clock hour. Dr. Roto. What are we? This is the last week before the playoffs?
I believe so. For most leagues.
Dr. Roto to answer your fantasy football questions in a couple hours' time. Did you see what happened during the Heat Celtics game yesterday?
Well, I know who's in the crowd. I mean, I know you had to be excited about the royalty being there.
Well, I have to admit, I'm not thrilled with them. Okay. I like the other couple better. Okay. But, I mean, she paid her dues. She waited her time. She put up with him while dating and what have you. And so, I'm happy for her. She's going to become queen. All right, good for her. She seems, like a nice woman, good mom, all that sort of thing. But so apparently they're friendly with the owner of the Celtics, and this just in, Mark. He's got good seats,
Right.
Right on the court, in fact. And so it was him and the mayor of Boston and William and Kate there, the Prince and Princess of Wales. And they arrived in Boston yesterday. And the city's, rolling out the red carpet for them. And so, they put a picture of them on the big video screen there. Crowd starts booing. And so they leave them up
for the first time ever. That's fantastic.
So they start booing. So they realize, oh man, we got to take them off the screen here. And then the second time they put them on the screen, like late first half. And you got to remember, the Celtics are winning because that's all the Celtics and Bruins are doing at home.
Right.
Combined, they're like 23, now 24-1, the two teams are at home after yesterday. And they're up like 9 or 10 points late second quarter when they put them up on the video screen again. And the crowd this time, instead of booing, they kind of looked at one another like, man, we've already done the booing thing. So they break out in a chant of USA, USA, USA. Oh, man.
I love it. I love every bit of it. I think it's fantastic. I'm sorry. You know me. This royalty thing does nothing for me. This is more silver spoon people, and they annoy me as it is. So I think it's a
once again, nearly a 250-year grudge. Okay. Oh, you represent them, huh? We'll boo you too. And then we just did this World Cup thing. That's what I'm wondering. Do you think the Boston crowd would have instinctively gone into USA, USA if we hadn't just played them in the World Cup? And we've got, a little bit of patriotism, the fake patriotism that, many of us have, on our minds.
Well, I don't think it's fake patriotism. I think it's fake rooting every 4 years for a team. I think it's the only thing that we get involved around sports-wise but I think it's 5 guys in section 113 that started yelling USA, and then somebody else went, oh, that's funny. I think that's very organic. A couple people have started it, and come on, if I'm at that game and I heard that, and I would never chant something like that, I'd be all in because every part of that is just delicious.
Totally. I would love it. See, here's the funny thing. They never would have done it to Meghan and Harry. Why? She's American. Okay. Or if they did it, she probably would have blushed. Okay. And looked at him and said, listen, I love you, but this is a home game for me.
Would have been great if she would have been there and she would have started chanting USA with them. Now that would have been
right. If she stood up,
USA,
USA. Right. So just, I don't want to say we're a rough crowd or anything, but, A, don't know the last time they've been booed, and B, don't know how many times they travel to other nations and the people start chanting the name of the nation that they are in as if to say, hey, go back to where you came from. We're number one. So I think a tip of the hat to the Boston crowd last night.
That's fantastic. They are an obnoxious bunch.
Yes, they are. Yes,
we knew that before yesterday's game, and they're feeling it too. Because think if the Celtics would have lost, how they would have handled the two of them.
Totally. If they were down 20 and they put them up on the video board, I can only imagine what the chant would have been.
You must go. You must go.
Go home. Go
right.
home. Right. Or something like We Love Megan or We Love Harry. I mean, it could have gone really downhill, but thankfully Jason Tatum was on his way to scoring 49 points, and the Celtics, pretty much had the Heat at arm's length, or at least arm bar length most of the night.
They are, this just in, they're playing really well.
Yeah, they're not bad. I mean, it's like they went to the finals last year or something.
This whole coaching thing didn't seem to really affect them all that much.
No. Well, they just promoted the assistant on the staff. He knew everybody's name. I mean, after that, you can just run the same damn plays. So, by the way, big game tonight in Boston. The Thursday night football thing. No, I think Al stays awake for this one. I do. Bills and Patriots.
I think I'm even going to stay awake for it. It's a pretty big football game.
Woo-hoo, look at that.
There could be a Thursday nap in order, David, to watch a little football tonight.
Wow. USA. Way to go.
Well, it's after Thanksgiving. We're starting to get a little serious. This is a big game with playoff implications. To see what New England has. I don't know. There's no such thing as must wins right now, but it is an important game, and they're certainly a dog.
Yeah, I mean, what is it that Pat said on Tuesday? It's not a must win, but it feels like it because the Patriots are 6-5, and obviously they're a game behind the last playoff spot. And so how many wins will 10 get you in the AFC, or will there be a team or two that lose out in a 10-7 tiebreaker?
And if New England can win somehow tonight, what does that mean for the Buffalo Bills?
And
that's the intrigue to me. Not so much if Buffalo wins this game. What happens if Buffalo loses?
All right. Dolphin fan, truth serum. You want the Patriots to lose? Because let's face it, you're thinking, hey, I just want to make the playoffs. I just want to eliminate as many teams as possible. I just want to get in the playoffs. Or are you thinking, heck with that, baby. I'm actually rooting for the Patriots. I want the Bills to lose. We're going to win this division.
You're damn right. That's how you're thinking if you're a Dolphin fan tonight.
Oh my gosh, the other week I've never rooted for the Patriots more in my entire life against the Jets. I felt horrible, but it felt amazing because of the result.
That's right.
See, and I would have never done that in that case because I don't buy the Jets. That's my records be damned. It would be like, David's Giants right now. If they're playing Dallas, I'm not rooting.
Mark, if it meant the Lions making the playoffs, you would.
I don't care about the Lions making the playoffs, so no. I'm just saying I think the Jets are still a fraud.
They are.
I would not be rooting. I would be rooting for the Jets because I think they're going to lose more games. I think they're not as difficult as opponent as New England is when it comes down to it. And you still have to play the Patriots before the end of the season. So I get what you're saying. But tonight, if I'm a Dolphin fan, I'm rooting for the Bills. I want the division, David.
Oh, no, so you're rooting for the Patriots.
Or I'm rooting for the Patriots. I'm sorry. Yeah, absolutely.
So you're getting greedy. You're still greedy.
You're damn right. Miller and Moulton, the starting five is next.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here. Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Adam, I have to admit, all your Jag shit gets annoying at sometimes. But I will say this. If the Jags win this week against the Lions, while the Titans lose to the Eagles, right? The Jags actually control their playoff future because they'd be 2 games behind the Titans, and they have 2 games left with them. So actually, if that happens, the Jags beat the Lions and the Eagles beat the Titans, the Jags control their playoff fate. Otherwise, Adam, enough with the Jags. We get it.
Adam, I would just simply say, keep putting it. Don't read it.
What do you mean don't read it? Have to read it.
Well, ignore it.
Well,
I ignored 90% of the stuff that's in that Twitch chat room. Those guys are having their own conversation most of the time.
gotcha. All right, fine. Don't listen to me.
Look at Adam.
Exactly.
See what you get? You can't encourage Adam. He'll go back to wrestling stuff.
Adam is fun. I will say this. The Jack stuff is at least tolerable after they win. It's when they lose 4 in a row and he's still tweeting it. It's like, what the hell, dude?
Mexico didn't advance.
My coach got fired
Oh, I know.
right away.
They're
I
the
don't
best-
even know if they waited for stoppage time to be over.
They're the best goalie in the tournament.
Huh?
By the way, they're probably going to show it, but did you see the Australia crowd? Yeah, there it is. 3:27 a.m. local time. Just an absolute rave.
That'd be perfect. I'd just be getting up for that.
That's amazing.
Holy cow.
That's awesome. All right, here we go.
Thanks for listening. And now, more of Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes before the hour. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Hope your week's going well. Thursday night football tonight. We'll get to that and many other things with
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
We're going to have a 12-team playoff in college football, probably as early as 2024. Announcement could come later today, or they may hold off till after conference championship weekend. But the Rose Bowl got in line. They made them an offer they couldn't refuse. So we're going to 12, baby. You okay with this?
I'm all for it. You know that. I'm fine with, but we knew it wasn't staying at 4. Let's move on. Let's get after it. Let's enjoy it. I think how you described what these first round games would be like, I hope people will have some excitement for that. And while there's not been big debates of 4-5 in the past, and I think there'll be bigger debates over 11, 12, 13, 14 in the future, I'm looking forward to it.
To review, if the favorites all won Friday night and Saturday in the conference championship games, this is how a 12-team playoff would then shake out this year. You get your 4 byes: Georgia, Michigan, USC, TCU. All right. TCU would be 3, USC 4. Clemson at Penn State would be the 8-9 game. Winner to play Georgia. Washington at Tennessee in the 7-10 game. Winner to play Michigan. Tulane, remember, 6 conference champions. They would be the 6th conference champion. They get in. They don't get the host, but they get a spot, and they get seeded based on ranking. Tulane would be at Ohio State in a 5-12 matchup. Winner goes to USC. And Florida State would grab the last wild card in a 6-11 matchup. They'd go to Alabama. And the winner would then play TCU. So there you go. That's how 12 would shake out this year. If all the favorites win, and of course it very rarely happens, but there you go. The rest of the college football news from yesterday was just downright disturbing. Gators backup quarterback Jalen Kitna arrested on multiple counts of child pornography and distributing child exploitation material. 5 counts in all. The redshirt freshman, who's 19, will appear in court this morning. He's been suspended indefinitely, and we all think that's before he's kicked off the team, if not kicked out of the school. Then you have what's going on in Lincoln, Nebraska. They had this interim head coach who many wanted to get the job, Mickey Joseph, former Nebraska quarterback, been a coach for a long time. Yeah, he got arrested on suspicion of strangulation and 3rd-degree domestic assault yesterday. Yeah, that's going to hurt the old career.
Yeah, that'll pretty much end it.
Yeah. He's been placed on administrative leave. Nebraska went 3-6 under him, but they did beat Iowa to put Purdue in the Big Ten title game. And Deion says he'll make his decision Sunday. Colorado, South Florida, and apparently Cincinnati. Apparently he's got 3 offers. He says he'll make his decision Sunday. Cincinnati's continuing to interview people, so I don't know if he's been offered Cincinnati. The Brian Hartline's apparently interviewing next, but I'll tell you what, Dion would crush it at Cincinnati.
That's a really good job. I think Fickle going to Wisconsin, I get it. It's the Big Ten. It's more money. They don't like to pay assistants there. Going to the Big 12, he may have had an easier road to the playoffs staying at Cincinnati than going to Wisconsin.
Well, and think about it. He could recruit Ohio, but also be in the Big 12. He can recruit Texas, where he's lived for a long time and has a ton of high school contacts. And he could recruit Florida because of the UCF connection. I think he would crush it at Cincinnati. My guess is, by the way, he's going to South Florida. I just don't know if Dion thinks he can win in Colorado. I know it's.
I don't know if anybody can win in Colorado.
Yeah, that's the big question nowadays. You got to recruit California for sure. NFL
football to say that their high school football numbers are down, so it's not what it was a generation ago at Colorado.
Bills and Patriots tonight. Buffalo a 3.5-point favorite. Over-under is 43.5. So basically Vegas is saying 23-20 Bills. Do you know the last two times these teams played last year, Buffalo did not punt? The last time Buffalo punted against New England was that crazy 60-mile-an-hour weather storm game in Buffalo. Then the Bills destroyed the Patriots in the two matchups after that. Did I mention they didn't punt in 2 whole games against a Belichick defense? Other NFL news, Aaron Rodgers was asked, hey, listen, we know you say you're going to play as long as the Patriots or Packers, are mathematically eligible. But what if they become mathematically ineligible and you were asked to shut it down? And he said, and I quote, I'd be open to that idea. Wow. Huh. Aaron Donald going to miss a game Sunday. That's never happened before. This is like his 8th year in the league. He's got an ankle injury. I'm surprised they said ankle. I thought they'd go hamstring or back and that this would lead to multiple games sitting out. I mean,
ankle can lead to multiple games. High ankle sprain is a dangerous, dangerous thing in football, David. They could move that right away to that and get him out for 4 games easy.
And John Hadel passed away yesterday at the age of 82, a college football Hall of Famer for the Jayhawks of Kansas. Mark, the one thing I remembered about John Hadel, he was a quarterback, and he wore number 21. And I always remember thinking, man, no quarterback wears a number like that. John Hadel was 82. NBA last night. We mentioned it earlier. The Prince and Princess of Wales decided to attend the Celtics' 13-point win over the Heat. They were met with boos and chants of USA, USA. Jason Tatum scored 49 in the win. Listen, there were a bunch of games last night in the NBA. I only have, I'm going to mention like 5 or 6 of them, all right? Devin Booker did score 51 points in 3 quarters last night. 3 quarters against the Bulls. And then they decided to sit him for the rest of the game because they didn't need him in their win. 51 in 3 quarters. That's not bad. I mean, that'll play most nights. The Magic fall to 5-17, thank you very much, with the 17-point home loss to Atlanta. Milwaukee edged the Knicks 109-103, one of only 2 road teams, Mark, out of 13 to win. Home teams won 11-2 last night in the NBA. Cleveland at home beat the Sixers by 28, 113-85, and the Lakers at home beat Portland by 19. Yeah. College hoops. Oh, man, I was supposed to look this up.
Huh.
Man, I knew I was supposed to do something this morning.
If I knew what it was, I'd look it up for you.
It's that whole ACC, the Big Ten Challenge.
Gotcha.
How it ended. Because this is the last one, Mark. This is bragging rights for a very long time. ACC had a 5-3 lead going into yesterday.
And the ACC ended up doing just fine. I think they went 3-3 yesterday.
Miami rallied beat Rutgers 68-61 at home. They scored the final 7 points of the game. Florida State fell to 1-8, but they actually gave fifth-ranked Purdue a game before losing at home 79-69. All right, Duke beat Ohio State, Indiana over North Carolina, Notre Dame over Michigan State. Yeah, the ACC did just fine. I think they won the sucker. What's the final tally? I think it was 8-6. FGCU in state, the Eagles have won 4 in a row. They're 6-2 on the season. They beat Georgia Southern 70-53 on the road. FIU was up 8 at the half against a 1-8 Eastern Michigan team and lost by 12. My goodness.
Somebody got hot from beyond the arc.
Yeah. And FAU improved to 6-1. They beat South Alabama 84-59. Jacksonville lost at UAB 80-61. And the Gators beat FAMU by 40, 102-62. Florida improves to 5-3 on the season. On the women's side, FIU beat Florida National by 58, and the Gators beat Prairie View by 15, 68-53. NHL, Sabres over your wings, Mark, but Detroit did rally 2 late goals to at least get a point. They lost in a shootout 5-4. Rangers beat Ottawa 3-1. Toronto, same score over San Jose. And Draisaitl, 2 goals and assists. McDavid, a goal and a helper, overcoming Max Domi's 2 goals for Chicago in Edmonton's 5-4 win over the Blackhawks. Blackhawks are not very good. When are they going to trade Kane and Tays and what have you?
You got to think at some point they've got to start building for the future because that's a bad team.
And what do they got? 6 wins in like 20-something games? I mean, come on now. I know the Tays contract's a bit of a problem, but, figure it out. Eat some money, get an extra draft pick, whatever. All right, World Cup yesterday. Argentina advanced, but Mexico did not, even though Mexico beat Saudi Arabia 2-1. But they lost out to Poland, technically on goal differential. That late Saudi Arabian goal cost Mexico the second tiebreaker. If Saudi Arabia had not scored and Mexico would have beaten them 2-0, Mexico still would have been eliminated from the World Cup on the 4th tiebreaker. It's described as fair play. And basically what it means is who's committed the fewest yellow and red cards. Mexico apparently a little bit more hostile than Poland, at least on the pitch. And so they would have lost out on the 4th tiebreaker. I don't want to say they take this seriously in some countries, but I don't know if the head coach of Mexico made it off the pitch before he was fired. So there. By the way, France and Australia advanced in Group D. All right, bit of an upset there that the Aussies advanced instead of Denmark. First time Australia has advanced at a group in the World Cup since 2006.
In one of the great scenes, their crowd at 3:30 in the morning, thousands of people watching the game in Australia as they win and move on was just an incredible scene.
So they take to the streets at 3:30 a.m.?
They were out watching the game. I mean, bonfires and, thousands upon thousands of people watching this game in the middle of the night, middle of the morning. That's awesome.
That's outstanding. Today, Costa Rica and Germany. The Germans need to win and get help from Spain. Boy, if you're Spain, you got to be tempted there. And you're way up on goal differential, too. You're like +7. I mean, Spain can afford to lose. They'd still advance. Now, they wouldn't win their group, but they'd still advance. But anyway, Germany struggling to get out of group. Canada, by the way, plays Morocco. The Canadians are already out. Croatia and Belgium are going at it. The Belgians need to win and then get some help in order for them to advance. I hope it comes down to fair play, Mark.
That's something, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh, we lost out on tiebreaker. What was it? Well, we lost out on fair play. What?
Right at the end of regulation of an NFL game. Which team had more penalties? You lose.
We'd like to congratulate the Bengals for advancing to the wild card round. They had 138 penalties this year, while the Dolphins had 141. And so they must stay home. I have no idea why a Brit is announcing the NFL tiebreaker, but anyway, that was the starting five thing there. Yeah.
Okay.
So there you have it. But ladies and gentlemen, Felipe is going to have a really tough time for the rest of today's show and tomorrow. See, Felipe screwed up the play of the day yesterday, so we gave him a mulligan. But the mulligan had some conditions on it. It was kind of like the Rose Bowl in the college football playoff. Felipe was allowed to have his mulligan, but he's not allowed to discuss the National Basketball Association on or off the air. That means during the commercial breaks on Twitch for the rest of this week and into next week.
David, we were discussing Christmas trees. We did get a couple of texts that said the only thing I shop for on Black Friday is a Christmas tree. But then one of your people says, I don't have the Christmas tree up yet. I plan on putting it up Monday during Monday Night Football.
Dun, 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 dun.
Lights. So, text line is open at 21,000. If you have anything to say about us, the show, or any other things, text 21,000. If you've never texted before, FSN Radio, all one word is the keyword to get behind the gate, and then you are in. We will talk National Football League next hour with Dalton Miller from Pro Football Network on Miller and Moulton right here on the Florida Sports Network. Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here. Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Don't miss the Miami Dolphins watch party every Sunday at the Seaside Bar and Grill in Bonita Springs, presented by Clutch Vodka. The Seaside will be serving Clutch Vodka drinks, including the awesome Bloody Mary bar at the Seaside. If you can't be at Hard Rock Stadium, come have fun at the best place in town to watch the Dolphins and enjoy the best, clean, crisp, smoothest vodka. That's Clutch with a K. Miami Dolphins parties every week at the Seaside Bar and Grill on Old 41 in Bonita Springs, powered by Clutch Vodka.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Yeah, I guess Yinzer complained of a headache. I think he's going to be okay, but 2 in 8 years.
That's scary stuff, man. I don't know how they could clear him to play after this, but I'm sure they will.
Yeah, Hextall came out and said that the doctors don't believe it's career ending. He's 35 and he plays the most minutes on the team. Plays 24 minutes a night. It's 40% of the game.
Ooh. Stackhouse went nuts.
Yes, he did. Turn a timeout, too.
Wow.
They gave one of his players a technical.
Chasing that he should have to miss a few. I'm sorry. You start running on the court, chasing down officials, screaming in their ear. You got to miss a game or two.
Did you see who kept them away from the official? It was a paid security. It was a cop was on the court and was the one who was standing in between him and the official and escorted him off.
At least I can talk college basketball. How about those Hoosiers?
So a guy I played golf with was out in Vegas for that whatever tournament they were in against Illinois. He came up to me on the range and he goes, Virginia's good. He goes, I'm just telling you right now, that's a good basketball team. And he's a big college basketball fan. He's like, they're deep, they're good. He goes, I like that team a lot.
Well, them in Michigan played a hell of a game the other night. Virginia won by 2.
Yeah. But he came out, and he's a big Illinois guy, and he just came out of there going, they're really good.
There's I'll tell you what, there's a larger college basketball following in this area than the NBA for sure.
It's not close.
It's not even close.
If you go to, first off, what's the makeup of this community?
Oh, people from the north who are retiring.
Old, educated, and white. It just is.
5 seconds.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour number 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Thursday, the 1st of December. Hope your week's going well. Thanks for being with us. Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Dalton Miller, Pro Football Network, to join us in a little more than 30 minutes. Roy Cummings, 1 hour from now, to talk all things Tampa Bay Bucks. They don't play till Monday. Key game in that whole disaster of a NFC South race. But it's a division game, so it's a biggie. 8 could win that division.
8 will win that division. Don't you think? Do you really think someone's going to get to 9?
No, I thought that Tampa Bay was going to get to 9 before they lost to Cleveland. Now that'll cost them. I think they'll get in at 8. And the real question is somebody going to win like a 7-10 tiebreaker? Because it's possible. Think about it. The Saints are 4-8, and they're thinking, if we win. Say that out loud. We're 4-8. Yeah, but if we win, oh, you're right.
We control our own destiny.
Oh, damn near. Speaking of which, this is a crazy factoid. Do you know that Jags only need one thing to happen and they control their playoff fate, if you will?
Well, they're 3 behind Tennessee, and they haven't played Tennessee yet. So I'm guessing it just means a combination of a Tennessee loss and a Jags win gets them to 2 back, and they have 2 games against the Titans.
Think about that. The Jags a week ago were 3-7. They win 1 game in the final minute. And now Doug Peterson can look at him and go, listen, we beat Detroit this week. And the Titans go to Philadelphia and lose. Not out of the question, boys. We actually control things the rest of the way. Because I don't know if you heard Mark Miller a moment ago, but we'd be 2 behind the Titans and we play them twice. So in theory, we win all our games. We'd be tied with the Titans, no worse than tied with them, and we'd have the head-to-head tiebreaker. So what do you say, boys? 4-7, huh? Huh?
Still all there for another week or 2 for teams. But on the same note, this game tonight, there is a lot riding on this game. And we've approached it a little bit from the Patriots side, a little bit from the Dolphins side. But can we talk about it from the Bills angle? If they lose tonight, that would make them 0-3 in the division.
Right.
Would make it really difficult to win a lot of tiebreakers in the division since Miami has already beaten them.
Yeah, it would be damn near impossible to see the Bills winning a division tiebreaker with anybody.
So, Dolphin, once again, you're pulling for the Patriots tonight.
Boy, that is so interesting, the mindset of a Dolphin fan tonight. Are you thinking, it's different, baby? We got Tua, we got McDaniel, we got Tyreek. We are just taking names.
Well, and after the story that came out last week about McDaniel going through all the plays and having to mentally coach Tua back up and all the different things and Tua talking about it, I mean, the league's starting to jump on and the league media is starting to jump on this Dolphins narrative. And when that happens, David, you can't help as a fan to get sucked in and go, we can win this division. Screw the playoffs. We can win this division.
All right. I do have to remind you, though, much like Mike McDaniel had to build Tua's confidence back up, you're talking to Dolphin right now. This has been 20 years. 20 years. Tua had 2. 20 years.
Do you think through osmosis, any of the Dolphin, that pep talk that Tua got just kind of oozed out of Tua and went through the Dolphin-fandom, and they're thinking the same way that they've been lifted up? How can you not be excited about this coach? How can he not get your expectations to go up just a little bit higher with his?
No. You're not saying a little bit higher. Little bit higher is playoffs. Okay, you're talking about, may I remind you what you're talking about? Winning the AFC East.
They're leading the AFC East.
Mark.
Why can't they win it?
Mark, their Dolphin is walking around right now like, hum. I mean, they're having trouble believing this. Here's the other thing. If by chance, we're excited, 5 in a row. When's the last time we won 5 in a row? They beat the Steelers, the Lions, the Bears, the Browns, and the Texans. You know who they're playing from now on? The Niners, the Chargers, the Bills, the Jets, the Patriots.
And you know the one thing I can tell you about all those teams? Not one of them has a better record than the Miami Dolphins. Okay. Not one of them.
All right.
A wise man named Mark Miller once said, if the schedule gives you a win, you go out there and win it.
Well, the other thing, an old hockey coach that I worked with always believed if you just beat the teams that are below you in the standings, eventually there'll be no one above you in the standings. And you're right, David. It's the Chargers, and it's the Niners, and it's the Bills, and it's the Jets, and it's the Patriots. And I say to you, so what, my friend? These Dolphins are 8-3.
You do know it's Buffalo and New England on the road in the winter. In the winter. You know where Tua's from, right? Hawaii.
I do.
Right. You know where he lives now? Miami.
Right.
You really think he's built for Orchard Park in Foxborough in the winter?
For one afternoon, maybe.
This is where the weather reports are really important. Hey, guys, we're getting partly sunny and 38. Woo-hoo!
Hey, they'll take partly cloudy and 38 as long as the winds aren't blowing 25 miles per hour.
All right. I'm just trying to get you in the mind. You're in the mind of Tua, all right, who is like the $6 million man. You know, they put him back together again. But, Mark, is Dolphin. Do you think Dolphin has put 20 years aside and just picked back up as if Marino is still their quarterback?
Yes.
Mark, you know I have a soft spot for the Dolphins. They're my number 2 team. That's a distant second, but they're my number 2 team. I am not thinking about them winning the AFC East.
You are a rational human being. You do this for a living. You've seen the ebbs and flows of a season, and you get it, and you understand this 3-game road trip's in front of them, in which if they go 1-2, we think they've done all right.
Correct. I'm just hoping to get to 11. I'm hoping to go 3-3 the rest of the way, and I don't think that that'll be enough to win the division. That's all I'm hoping for.
And all I am saying, and David, you are 100% right. All I am trying to tell you is that if a Dolphin goes to bed at halftime and wakes up Friday morning and finds out that the Patriots have beaten the Bills and they have a 4th loss and they are 0-3 in the division, well, then, David, and I'm not the only way to me for the Dolphins to win this division is they're going to need the Bills to screw up. And tonight would be the perfect night, if the Bills screwed up for the Dolphins to be able to take advantage, because it would put them at 0-3 in the division. And you have to admit, at that point, you have to start thinking about winning the AFC East if you're Miami.
I would agree with you. If the Patriots win tonight for the first time, even when they were 3-0, having beaten the Bills to get to 3-0, I did not allow myself to think that the Dolphins could win the East. Now here they are, 8-3. I am not allowing myself to think that the Dolphins can win the East. But if the Patriots beat the Bills tonight, even though Buffalo will host all 3 AFC East teams between now and the end of the regular season after tonight, but I will allow, Mark, heading into the game against the Niners, I will look at the Dolphins this Sunday and say, boys, show me what you got. Are you a first-place team now? Are you a division champion team? Show me. Because you know the Niners haven't beaten anybody. I mean, we all think pretty highly of the Niners. Take a look at their record against winning teams.
They got goat rodeoed by Atlanta.
The Niners are 0-1. Again, they haven't played anybody. They haven't beaten anybody. And I don't know how many teams are going to play between now and the end of the year either. But I'll give you that, Mark. I am not where you are. I am not where maybe many Dolphins are. But if New England can crack that door open in December, in which the Dolphins are walking onto the field in what should be decent weather, by the way. All right. Miami should be able to throw the ball around against San Francisco and against the Chargers. Then you know what? Okay. I will open my mind and the door up to the possibility that they could win the East and actually be the 2 seed. But if Buffalo wins tonight, that door stays closed.
I agree. I'm just trying to make the point, everybody, that this game, while everybody thinks it's a must-win for New England, and I'm not going to take anything away from that argument because it's damn near a must-win for New England. If the Bills lose this game, it definitely puts them in jeopardy of winning the division because they will be 0-3 in the division.
Correct.
It has to be said. That's all.
And you are 100% correct. And it's not just whether it's the Dolphins or the Jets or the Patriots. It'll be difficult to imagine the Bills winning a tiebreaker within their division if they lose tonight. even if they run the table at home against the other three. I mean, tough to win division tiebreakers when you're 3-3 in the division. So key game, no doubt about it.
I think there'll be a lot of interest across the state of Florida in this one, as Dolphin fan will be rooting, figuring out who it is they're rooting for. Do you root for the hated Patriots?
And you know that's what your mind is saying. And then they're going to show 147 cutaway shots of Belichick. And every time they go to him, Dolphin fans going to go, I don't know if I can do this.
I hate him. I hate him.
Can we get a tie?
Ooh.
I'd settle for a tie.
Now there you got something. Miller and Moulton. Too much World Cup soccer on our mind talking about ties right here on the Florida Sports Network.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN Play of the Day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sport. That was a while ago.
Just work with me. Everyone liked the pod, the Play of the Day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day?
Sounds good. Fun, smooth. Like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
That's Clutch with a K.
Don't miss the Miami Dolphins watch party every Sunday at the Seaside Bar and Grill in Bonita Springs. Presented by Clutch Vodka. The Seaside will be serving Clutch Vodka drinks, including the awesome Bloody Mary bar at the Seaside. If you can't be at Hard Rock Stadium, come have fun at the best place in town to watch the Dolphins and enjoy the best, clean, crisp, smoothest vodka. That's Clutch with a K. Miami Dolphins parties every week at the Seaside Bar and Grill on Old 41 in Bonita Springs. Powered by Clutch Vodka.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Got to be honest, Stackhouse had some reason to go nuts. I just saw why they called the tee. It was a terrible tee.
Yeah. And the guy who called it used to do a Sun games, Bart Lennox at FGCU.
Bad official?
Hey, it's okay, but
Wait, who does Stackhouse coach?
Vanderbilt.
Oh, that's right.
So, Mark, I don't know if your wife is like this, but we have a lot of lunch meat in the house. And you know how sometimes you want to get lunch meat before you run out of lunch meat. So I got a pound and a half of turkey. And we still had some turkey left over. My wife's the kind of person that doesn't eat the old stuff. So she leaves the old stuff for, you know, the house dog, which is apparently her husband. Right. She just dives right into the new stuff. The lunch meat, the cheese, the whole deal. Mm-hmm. So. That's a boss move, Mello. Klecko they were the first month of the season, but the games have been so bad that the numbers have cratered. Johnny, no, the wife does not listen to the show.
I laughed. Someone asked my wife, "Do you ever listen?" She almost laughed at him.
Right.
That's the last thing I need to do on my drive to work is listen to him.
Right. Bad enough I have to share my life with him. Now you want me to listen to what he has to say?
We'd not.
Yeah, we mentioned that. Mentioned it yesterday.
Do they follow on Twitch at least? See, there's not going to be in the condo. There's not going to be the cats.
No.
David lived close to a main street where there was.
Yep. Taco
Bell. A lot of restaurants and a lot of things really close.
No, not here. So also third floor.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Top of the morning to you. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network. FloridaSportsNetwork.com. Dalton Miller, Pro Football Network. He'll join us coming up in a little more than 15 minutes time. Roy Cummings at the top of the hour. About an hour from now, start sending us your questions for Dr. Roto. Got to get those playoff lineups set. Depending on the league you're in, it's either what, this week or next?
Well, this is regular season. This is the last week of the regular season. Next week might be the end of the regular season for some people. I'm out of the playoffs, so I'm just trying to, be a thorn in someone's side. I'm not really paying that much attention.
Playing spoiler, are you?
Yep.
Is your heart in it or no? You playing hard to the end or not really?
I mean, I enter a lineup. I had to go find a new defense. I still try.
Okay. I just didn't know whether you were the Broncos and Nathaniel Hackett. By the way, this is how much they suck. All right. This needs to be said out loud. We only talked about the other half of the equation yesterday when we said, hey, the Dolphins and Chargers are being flexed into prime time. How about that? Isn't that nice? Isn't that good for the Dolphins? Get some national exposure. Here's the other part of that. Do you know the game they dumped? They dumped Patrick Mahomes because they were playing the Broncos. How much do you have to suck? That's like playing the Cowboys and NBC going, man, we can't air that game. What are you talking about? It's the Cowboys. Yeah, but they're playing the blanks.
It's so funny when they have the little chit chat with Olsen and Aaron and the new number one play-by-play guy there at Fox, Kevin Burkhardt. Their new promos where they're all sitting around and they make their comments. And
right.
Well, their game of the week last week was the Chiefs in another bad game.
Right.
Where Olsen says Patrick Mahomes is must-watch TV. And he is. There's nothing about that statement that's inaccurate. But NBC felt must-watch TV gets taken off because they're playing the Broncos.
Now, remember, in August, when Burkhardt and Aaron and Olsen were sitting around filming these promos, on paper, Rams at Chiefs looks pretty damn sexy. Hell, it was nearly the Super Bowl last year. Hell, it was nearly the Super Bowl 4 years ago when it ended up being Rams-Patriots.
I gotcha. But I'm just merely talking about the comment Olsen said. Patrick Mahomes this is the number one analyst on Fox. And I know he pales in comparison to other guys. He's not been there as long and whatever. But I don't care. It's still the number one guy at Fox that said, and I quote, Patrick Mahomes is must-watch TV, because he is.
Unless you're playing the Broncos, at which point we need to hide the women and children. We need to protect them from seeing this. Can't let America see that. I actually think the Broncos are must-watch TV. This is the car wreck that you slow down. This is the rubbernecking delay that you're straining your neck, looking to your left or right, going, ooh, what's happening over there? I mean, every single time he goes to the sideline after another 3 and out, aren't you just waiting for another defensive player to just yell at him, you suck! You're killing us! My kid's going to have to go to another school because of you.
And then Hackett tries to defend him this week by saying he hasn't lost the locker room. I mean, Hackett, you were just throwing him under the bus a week ago. Which one is it, sir?
No. Well, it's whenever the owner and the GM tap him on the shoulder and tell him what to say.
Just fire that man and put him out of his misery.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Also, I don't believe in what Pat says and let him stay for the whole year and let him say, no, fire his ass, be done with it, figure out who your next coach is going to be, and let's move on. This is a charade.
Well, bring him in now. Figure out, I mean, honestly, if Sean Payton would say yes to you, don't you bring him in now?
100%.
Yeah. I mean, trust me, whatever Fox is paying you, we'll cover that. Don't worry about it. You're not going to lose any money out of this deal.
Problem is, they want Peyton. I don't know if he'd come. And 2, I don't know if they have the compensation to give Dallas what they already gave to Seattle.
Well, yeah, I know you meant the Saints. That's who they'd have to compensate.
I mean, it's the Saints, right?
Yeah. Well, you're right. It would have to be, second-round picks in the immediate and then maybe a first-round pick down the road. I will say, though, if you can get Sean Payton, I'm different than you. I think there are certain guys who are difference makers. The Saints were awful. Sean Payton showed up, and they had a 15-year run. And by the way, Drew Brees was not Drew Brees until he got hooked up with Sean Payton. I mean, he was not that quarterback in San Diego with the Chargers. He wasn't. No. When New Orleans got Drew Brees instead of Miami, nobody thought he was going to break Dan Marino's records. So I credit the coach. But that's me.
I'm just merely pointing out that if you went after Peyton with what you already gave up to get Russ, and then what you have to give up to give Peyton, you wouldn't have a first-round draft pick for the.
But I'll say this. If you fix Russell Wilson, how close do you think Denver is to being a pretty darn good team?
Pretty close.
So that's why, to me, it's worth giving up those draft picks, because if you bring in the right guy, all right, you fix that, all of a sudden, I mean, what? The stat still holds true. If the Broncos had scored 18 points in every one of their games, they'd only have 2 losses this year.
It's a remarkable statistic.
Especially in 2022. This is in 1992.
But, David, there's nothing clutch about the Broncos.
No.
And I don't know what we have for a clutch vodka play of the day today. I know what it's not going to be. It's not going to be anything from the association.
Oh.
Because in case you missed the show yesterday, Felipe had an opportunity to play the Pulisic goal for the player of the day and chose an Ovechkin goal. While it was a nice call and it was very good, it was not the play of the day. We gave him a mulligan in our bonus hour. For those of you that are listening in parts that aren't in the 239, we let him do it in our final hour that we aired just locally. But the contingency was if he aired the second play of the day, he cannot do any plays of the day for the National Basketball Association for the rest of the week, nor can he talk about the NBA for the rest of the week. So Felipe.
And Devin Booker scored 51 last night in 3 quarters for the Suns, and Jason Tatum at 49 in beating Felipe's Heat. And he can't do bupkis.
No, not even Zion, who had 30-plus points last night for the Pelicans. So what do you got over there, Felipe?
How about a goal that sends a country to the group stage for the first time in 16 years? Matthew Leckie, forward for Australia.
Cuidado con esta. Se va a despegar Leckie. Se llevó el primero. Después se engancha otra vez. ¡Qué golazo! ¡Gol! Matthew Leckie, el 3 veces mundialista, en una jugada prácticamente solo se lleva 2 defensas y después de pierna izquierda la mete en el ángulo inferior izquierdo y está dándole posibilidades para que Australia se meta en la siguiente ronda.
Felipe, after goal, I mean, you lost all of us.
Right.
I was going to give you a little brief translation tidbit, but, you know, if you don't want it, it's fine.
Well, okay. I mean, you gave us about 10 seconds there. What did he say? It was
Well,
really good?
Watch out here, goal. Like he's practicing left side, striking in. Australia takes the lead.
Okay, that's kind of what we thought he said.
Yeah.
All right. You know, I didn't know if it was left side or right side there. I got that confused.
Yeah, izquierdo, left.
Huh.
There you go.
Learning more and more.
Maybe we'll have a word of the day with the clutch play of the day.
That word is clutch, and it's clutch vodka. Get it at Total Wine. Go to Seaside Bar and Grill in the 239 for those Dolphin watch parties when they take on the Niners this week, and you can get the Bloody Mary bar or any of the great specials on Clutch Vodka. Go to clutchspirits.com and post all of your drinks online with the hashtag Clutch Spirits. We are Miller and Moulton. Dalton Miller is next. Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN Play of the Day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sports show. That was a while ago.
Yes, it was. Just work with me. Everyone liked the pod, the Play of the Day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day?
Sounds good. Fun. Smooth. Like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
That's Clutch with a K.
Don't miss the Miami Dolphins watch party every Sunday at the Seaside Bar and Grill in Bonita Springs. Presented by Clutch Vodka. The Seaside will be serving Clutch Vodka drinks, including the awesome Bloody Mary bar at the Seaside. If you can't be at Hard Rock Stadium, come have fun at the best place in town to watch the Dolphins and enjoy the best, clean, crisp, smoothest vodka. That's Clutch with a K. Miami Dolphins parties every week at the Seaside Bar and Grill on Old 41 in Bonita Springs. Powered by Clutch Vodka.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com. You You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. It's a dadgum good point, JB.
Yes, I hate America. That's the claim now.
It says now a World Cup goal. Felipe just hates America. Go USA.
Yeah, that was a Russian play that I played before the American play. I mean, Ovechkin, he's Russian. Man, am I a spy?
What do you got going over there now?
Turkey and cheese.
It's fantastic. And you know me, David, when I start the shape up, I don't eat at all. So I've been just starving myself. Smoothies, shakes, one meal a day. And I want to jump through the screen and eat your turkey.
Mello, you're right.
You remember, got to call this guy just so you know here in 4 minutes. It's not video link.
I got you.
SEC me, we could probably put Felipe's picture in place of William and Kate's picture. All right. And then show the booing and then the chance of USA, USA. And it would fit. Is that what you're saying? It'll be interesting to see how Felipe is going to handle the grief that you get when you get into this line of work.
It's okay. Words don't faze me.
Is your friend still here?
Who? My friend?
Your friend that came yesterday? I thought you said you had a buddy coming to town yesterday.
Oh, yeah, he is. They're talking about like here. Yeah, he's still here. By the way, another thing that helped my sickness, I had some drinks last night. Certainly helped.
Putting hair on the chest. That's what we're doing. He's growing up, Mark. All right. Put the damn turkey and cheese away. Oh, crap. Bag broke. Uh-oh.
Better eat it all.
That's exactly. Can't let it dry out. Then I'll hide the new turkey from my wife. She can eat the old stuff. And I don't know if you guys are aware, but stuff's expensive.
Yep.
This worldwide inflation thing is tiring. You think Kitten had a promising future? He wasn't going to play. They were already recruiting ahead of him and the other guy they got on the roster. He wasn't going to play.
Wow, they're saying Armstead's going to play.
Wait, what?
They're saying yesterday, McDaniel said that he thinks that Armstead's going to play.
Yeah, he was talking about his pain threshold. And that Armstead is convinced he can play Sunday.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network. Thanks so much for being with us. Roy Cummings to talk Tampa Bay Bucks at the top of the hour. In about 40 or so minutes, start sending in your questions. We'll fire them away at Dr. Roto as he makes his weekly house call as we're getting near playoff time in fantasy football. Right now, Dalton Miller is kind enough to join us. We're very happy about that. Pro Football Network, profootballnetwork.com. You can follow Dalton on Twitter at Dalton, the letter B Miller. Dalton B Miller. Dalton, it's David and Mark once again. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving. How are you?
You know, I did, and I hope you guys did as well, and I am doing well right now.
You know, we were kicking it around, just talking a little bit about, Bills Patriots tonight and the significance of the game. And Dalton, I'm a closet Dolphins fan, and I can't think of them as legitimate AFC East title contenders. It's been too much carnage the last 20 years. I'm too damaged. I'm like Tua under Brian Flores. I need to be rebuilt. My co-host Mark is already thinking about them winning the East and being the 2 seed. He's like, we have to root for the Patriots tonight. Dalton, when you look at the Dolphins, do you see them as a serious, they're going to win the AFC East team?
You know, it's so funny because obviously I work at Pro Football Network, and, anybody that knows our backstory knows that, many of the people that work and the actual owners of Pro Football Network are Miami Dolphins fans. We also have Adam Beasley, who covered the team, for 15 years and is still doing so, through us. And everybody is damaged when it comes to being a Miami Dolphins fan, to the point where they can't believe what they're seeing right now. Where I look at it a little bit differently as an objective observer, their offense is practically unstoppable. With the way that they do things with Mike McDaniels and the way that he calls the offense, the way that he is able to create space in the middle of the field for Tua to attack. I mean, very much reminds me, obviously he comes from the Shanahan system, so it's very much the same type of system as Shanahan, but the difference being, I think Tua is a little bit better quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo. I know Jimmy's playing incredibly well this year, but I think that overall, when you look at it, the Dolphins' weapons are just a little bit better at the end of the day. And I think that when it comes down to them in the East, it will come down to how well the Buffalo Bills offense is able to kind of fix things with the way that they are right now.
Well, that's the question. Looking at tonight's game, we've been talking about this, and a lot of people say it's a must-win for the Patriots, and I don't disagree. But the fact of the matter is, if the Bills lose this game, they fall to 0-3 in the division, and it's going to be tough to win a division if you're 0-3. Where do you think the Bills are at right now? Are they a team are they descending? Are they just staying where they are? I mean, well, they're certainly not ascending. They've not been playing as good of football as they were earlier in the year. But where are the Bills right now?
Yeah, so I mean, the Bills right now, even with their little offensive skid that they've gone through, are one of the top 10 teams in the NFL, even with that skid. But when you look at how things have gone recently, New England, by a lot of metrics, has actually been better than Buffalo over the last recent weeks. And I think that Josh Allen's injury is having a lot more to do with their offensive struggles than they kind of want to admit. I think that whenever something like that happens, when you have a team and an offense that is so reliant on the quarterback to be healthy and to be that MVP level player, to not get that can be detrimental to the offense. And I think that that's what we're seeing right now. So I think it's all a matter of if that elbow is going to get better or if he is going to get better learning to cope with the elbow injury. I think it's going to be difficult for them just because they don't really have a rushing attack outside of him. At least not one that is consistent. So I think that they can figure it out because of the weapons that they have, and I think that they have a good offensive system. but it's a lot more difficult when the rest of your division is incredibly talented as well.
He's Dalton Miller, Pro Football Network, profootballnetwork.com. Follow Dalton on Twitter, Dalton B. Miller, Dalton the letter B. Miller. We're essentially 2/3 of the way through the season, give or take, whether you've had your bye week or not. Take injuries out of the equation, which is difficult to do. I know it's the NFL. When you look at the NFC, who's going to be the odd team out in terms of missing the playoffs?
Oh, that's a really good one. I think when you look at it right now, you have to look at the Giants. I think that they're a team that kind of performed on defense early in the year. And I know that they weren't still very good on defense when you look at the numbers, but they came up big in big situations defensively. And when you have Wink Martindale, that's kind of going to happen. He's somebody who is uber aggressive, and if you have the talent, you can play that sort of defense. But I know we want to be independent of injuries. They're not going to get some of those guys in the secondary back that they need to be able to play his style of defense. So I think when you look at it, it's probably going to be the Giants that are the odd man out. And if you would have asked me in the beginning of the season, I would have told you that Washington has absolutely no chance of making the playoffs. But I think they are going to be the team that gets in the NFC East over the Giants. And then Seattle gets that final spot.
Do the Cowboys need Odell Beckham to win a Super Bowl?
That's a great question. I think that it would be a huge help if you can get in and you can get a healthy Odell Beckham Jr. We saw what a difference he made in the playoffs last year and even into the game of the Super Bowl when he got hurt, before he got hurt. I am a Cowboys fan, and I am not a very closet Cowboys fan, and I'm as damaged a Cowboys fan as Dolphins fans are. The Jimmy curse to me is real. And so for me, I don't really see them as a legitimate Super Bowl contender just because of who they are. When you look at the team objectively, the pass rush is unbelievable. Their offense has been outstanding since Dak Prescott returned, even without the offensive weapons that we would like to see on that team. I think that the down year in the NFC has helped them out as well. I believe that they're the best team in the NFC, even though Philadelphia only has one loss. I think they're an outstanding team and a well-run organization. I think that the quarterback play overall with Dak Prescott over Jalen Hurts is where the difference is. I think that at the end of the day, something always goes wrong with Dallas. And in the playoffs against a San Francisco team, somebody who knows how to run the football, I think that that's where their Achilles heel is.
In a strange way, Dalton, I've been arguing all year that first I thought it helped Dallas to get a month of Cooper Rush because they had to play a certain style, which I actually think is the style they should be playing. And when they go on the road, they seem to play that style more than when they're at home. They're a little fancy at home. This team shouldn't be fancy. This team should play a certain way. And I actually think, Dalton, in a messed up, reverse psychology way, it may help the Cowboys if they finish second in the East and they're the 5 seed and they have to play nothing but road games because they play differently on the road and they play better.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think that anytime you can get a home game, it's going to be a benefit to you. And overall, when you look at the Cowboys' record home and away, it's going to be better at home. I do think that out of most teams, they have less of a home field advantage just because of what AT&T Stadium is. I've been there for a bunch of games, and sometimes it can get loud, but it's such a destination that you're looking at a 70-30 split usually. It is very not Cowboys dominant. So I think that going on the road and playing a little bit different style overall, and I think that when you look at their performance this year, you had a lot of not off the ball penalties, dead ball penalties, specifically things like false starts at home compared to on the road. And I think that has to do with crowd noise and not being able to go with a silent count. I think going to silent count, not really being able to deal with, a little bit different cadence. And Dak Prescott kind of changes his up at times, and it can screw with the offensive linemen when they are not being disciplined. So you might be onto something when it comes to an advantage of being away and maybe, having to run the ball a little bit more. Now, will they continue to keep Tony Pollard on the field a little bit more than Ezekiel Elliott? To me, that's the biggest thing for them, because they have been a better football team and a better offense with Tony Pollard on the field than Elliott.
Is there a team, and it seems like we've got 9 for 7 in the AFC, we've got 8 for 7 in the NFC, but as we pointed out on our show today, it wouldn't take much. For instance, if the Titans were to lose to the Eagles and the Jags beat the Lions, the Jags would actually control their own fate. Is there a team that you like that's not on the radar right now that you still think of? New Orleans, maybe in the South? Is there somebody you see that could sneak back into this playoff race?
I think if you're looking at anybody, it would be Atlanta, and that would be winning the division in the NFC South. They play Tampa Bay. They kind of control their own fate as well within their division. They need to get better play from Marcus Mariota, who played pretty well at the beginning of the season and has kind of tailed off, especially as a passer recently. So I think if he can play a little bit better, that Atlanta team is a lot of fun. I think that they're better than a lot of people give them credit for. And at the end of the day, it kind of just comes down to Tampa not playing very well right now. And I don't really understand it, because they're so strong defensively, or they were so strong defensively, and they haven't played as well on defense recently. Their offense is getting a little bit better, but there's still something missing with that offense. And we can, obviously point to the rushing attack, but even that's getting a little bit better. So I think it would come down to Atlanta.
How come the Ravens can't win close games? I mean, last year we blamed it on all the injuries on defense, and, oh, by the way, no Lamar down the stretch. But guess what? They don't have nearly as many injuries on defense this year, and they've got Lamar, and they're still losing all these close games. I mean, at what point is John Harbaugh doing something wrong, or is this just a bad stretch? But I mean, Dalton, they could damn near be 11-0.
Yeah, I mean, it honestly, it just could be regression back to the mean, because John Harbaugh had been unbelievably good with fourth quarter leads up until this past season. And then in 3 of their 4 losses this year, they have lost to a fourth quarter lead. And this past one was a double digit lead, and they got it back, and then they lost the lead again. And I think that part of it is the difference in the defensive scheme. Going from Wink Martindale to Mike McDonald is a little bit different. They are doing things differently. I think that teams have kind of been able to pick on Marcus Peters a little bit at times, especially down the stretch in games. But yeah, I mean, it's just that defense giving up leads, and I don't really understand their philosophy with going away from Wink Martindale when they've had such a good defense for so long under him. It must have been a personality difference between him and John, but it has definitely been a little bit weird to see their team kind of fall apart in fourth quarters of games. And I don't have an explanation for it, because you're right. They're one of the best 5 or 6 teams in the NFL that just fall apart in the fourth quarter.
What do you make of the Vikings? I mean, they get whooped by the Cowboys. They come back and beat the Patriots. We all know about Cousins and primetime and all those things, but it's been their defense that's let them down a lot more. What do you make of the Vikings?
Yeah, their defense isn't very good. They have some names on the front line, and I thought that they were going to be a better defense this year, but they just don't really have the talent at cornerback anymore, which is unfortunate, because obviously the previous regime threw every asset they had at the cornerback position and could never seem to really get it right. I think Patrick Peterson is playing half decently, but they don't really have that go-to shutdown guy in the passing attack, and that has really hurt them this year so far. Outside of that, I think it comes down to offensive consistency. They are the best first drive offense in the NFL, and it's not even particularly close. And then after that, they just go through these massive lulls in the middle of games until they finally figure out that, hey, we should probably throw Justin Jefferson the ball like 5 or 6 times in the fourth quarter, because good things happen at that point. And so for me, it's a little bit of complacency on the offensive side of the ball, because they have the talent on the offensive side. And then just that defense not being super good. And so for me, I think it's just they're never going to be a super consistent team, even though they'd won a ton of one-score games throughout the season early. I think that they're going to start to regress a little bit as the season goes on.
Dalton, thanks for making time for us, particularly at this hour. Good luck dealing with your Cowboys, and good luck to us dealing with the Dolphins. And maybe in about a month we could meet and see how we're both doing.
Absolutely. Anytime, gentlemen, anytime.
Dalton Miller. Follow him on Twitter, Dalton B. Miller, Dalton the letter B. Miller, ProFootballNetwork.com. PFN365 on Twitter as well.
He likes Dak more than Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I know.
I don't. I'd take Jalen right now.
Well, 8 yards behind center. No scrambling ability allowed. Who do you like?
I like Dak, but that's not what the question is because.
No, I know. But I'm just saying that's why, Hurts just ran for $150 and threw for $150.
And when he gets his tight end back, he'll even be more dangerous. So I do think that adds to the equation as well. Miller and Moulton, we will switch gears and talk Tampa Bay Buccaneers with Roy Cummings. He is next on Miller and Moulton right here on the Florida Sports Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here. Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around and get it.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Don't miss the Miami Dolphins watch party every Sunday at the Seaside Bar and Grill in Bonita Springs, presented by Clutch Vodka. The Seaside will be serving Clutch Vodka drinks, including the awesome Bloody Mary bar at the Seaside. If you can't be at Hard Rock Stadium, come have fun at the best place in town to watch the Dolphins and enjoy the best, clean, crisp, smoothest vodka. That's Clutch with a K. Miami Dolphins parties every week at the Seaside Bar and Grill on Old 41 in Bonita Springs, powered by Clutch Vodka.
Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN Play of the Day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sports show. That was a while ago.
Yes, it was. Just work with me. Everyone liked the pod, the Play of the Day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day?
Sounds good. Fun. Smooth. Like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
That's Clutch with a K. Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts, flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
No Buffalo dip left. I killed it all yesterday.
Morning, Roy.
Morning, guys. How we doing?
Doing great. Yourself?
Very good.
Good Thanksgiving?
Oh, yes. Exceptional. How about you?
Wow.
Fantastic.
Exceptional?
Exceptional. Anytime you get to spend time with your family and got soccer games going on, it was good. A lot of football. Good stuff.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Hockey games.
Yeah, everybody has it, but every time I seem to watch the Lightning, they're playing Boston and they can't fucking beat them.
No, they cannot. Boy, Boston is just
wow.
They are the elite of the league right now for sure, especially at home.
Have to admit, where did this come from? They were a first-round playoff exit last year.
Yeah,
I thought they lost more than they added, but
totally agree. It's quite a surprise.
Them and the Devils, man.
Whew. Yeah, Devils are fun to watch.
They are really fun to watch. They're fast. They're young.
Yes.
I've only watched them a couple times, but I'm a Wings fan deep down. So I watched them play Detroit, and I'm like, this team, I'd go see this team. They're fun.
Yeah. Hey, the Wings they're a fun team to watch too.
They're getting there. Getting there.
I love to watch young teams on the rise. And they're both that way.
Speaking of young teams on the rise, we'll talk Tampa Bay Buccaneers next. Oh, whoops.
More like old teams on the decline.
Exactly.
And a coaching staff in turmoil.
David, hammer the text line for Roto coming out of the break.
Here we go, guys.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And just like that, it's the third and final hour of Miller and Moulton in Lake City and surrounding areas, Tampa, St. Pete, and Port Charlotte to Venice. Halfway home for those of you in the 239. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Dr. Roto, in a little more than 30 minutes' time, you can start sending in your fantasy football questions. Text line, remember, FSN radio is the keyword, all one word, FSN radio. Send it to 21,000, 21000. Send in your texts. And if you're taking us in on the Miller and Moulton Twitch channel, we'll just fire away your questions in our Twitch chat room. Roy Cummings is kind enough to join us once again. He of pewterpirates.com and Bay News 9 covering the Buccaneers for us. Follow Roy on Twitter, rcummings, FHCN. Roy, good to talk once again. How are you?
I'm great, guys. Happy week after Thanksgiving. Christmas right around the corner.
Exactly. The leftovers are finally gone, and now we move on to getting the tree up and the lights out in the front yard. The Bucs moved on from their loss. They had a big defensive meeting. Team went out and tried to rectify what they're doing. Is it too late for any of that? I mean, aren't they what they are at this point? I don't know. How much are meetings going to help at this point, Roy?
Boy, that's a good question. Because here's the thing with the Bucs is I look at them, excuse me, on paper, and guys, I have to believe that there's more here than what we're seeing between the sidelines, inside the sidelines on Sundays and Mondays and Thursdays with this football team than what we're getting. There's got to be more. You look at this team on paper, and I mean, they should have 8 wins or more. I mean, it's hard to understand what has happened to this football team. They're struggling to execute on both sides of the ball at a time when, there's been a few injuries here and there, but I mean, offensively, they're getting back some of the most important players. Julio Jones playing the best football probably in 2 years. Chris Godwin, back to the Chris Godwin that we remembered from 2 years ago. The line, they figured out how to protect Tom Brady despite the issues with the offensive line, and yet they're afraid to throw passes with 26 seconds left in a game where you're tied against the Cleveland Browns on the road. It's something is not right here, and I think it comes from the sidelines. I think it's within the coaching staff and everything else. So if you can have a meeting to try to get things fit right, there's plenty of time to rectify this. The good news is that they're in the worst division in the NFL, as we all know, and that division title is still there for the grabbing if they want it, if they can somehow figure this thing out anytime here in the next month.
So you still see a team, I've said it 100 times. I'm sorry to repeat myself. 2 years ago, the Bucs were 7-5 and losing their 13th game of the year. And they figured it out midway through that game and never lost again. So you still think there's a really good team at One Bucs Place? Because some of us are beginning to go, I don't know, man. Maybe they're just on the downside. Maybe they're a 9-8 football team.
No, I agree with what you're saying there in part. And if I'm looking at it from the standpoint of, it appears as though the coaching change here has had a major impact. I don't think Byron Leftwich is the daring play caller that Bruce Arians was. I don't think he feels the comfort that Bruce Arians gave him, the confidence to take chances, because they're not taking many chances. And as a defensive coordinator, I think Todd Bowles has lost something by taking over as head coach. I'm very concerned about the fact that there just isn't much of a relationship between Todd Bowles and Tom Brady. I think that's an issue. But again, on paper, look, I thought all along this year, guys, that this team would kind of battle along for the first couple of months because of the injuries up front with the offensive line, the changes up front with the offensive line, the injuries at the wide receiver position. Bringing in a new running back like Rachaad White, some of the issues up front defensively with the front seven, particularly the front four or front three. And so I thought that, through the first 7-8 games, this team would probably hit some rocky moments and struggle at times, but then they would figure it out in the second half. Now is the time when they have to figure it out. Thought they were starting to figure it out in Seattle, but nothing tells me that they'd figured it out, obviously, in Cleveland. But you know what? If they can rectify everything this week and go out and beat New Orleans, they're going to be on top in the division. And I think they build some confidence off of that. I still think that this team could go on a run and win 4 or 5 straight and get into the playoffs hot and playing the kind of football they're capable of. I still think it's possible.
Well, and Roy, I mean, I think the hugeness of Monday night's game can't be underestimated, because New Orleans, as bad as they are, we were talking about this earlier. Hey, they win this game, they can see a path to catch Tampa. It's crazy as it sounds, at 4-8, New Orleans isn't out of it because Tampa's allowed them to stay in it. That means Monday night's a big deal for the Bucs.
It really is. It is a major. It is a playoff game, because I think the winner of that game takes the edge in getting the division title, because you build so much confidence off of that victory. And look, with Andy Dalton at quarterback, what you've got in New Orleans is a quarterback who specializes in doing just enough to get teams into the playoffs and maybe get them a winner in a round or two at best. But if that's enough to beat the Bucs and keep them out, well, that's all that matters to them. So no, this is a really big game. You look at it You look at the division standings and everything else, and you kind of say, if you're outside of Tampa Bay or New Orleans, you're saying, what a cruddy Monday night game, right? But no, this is a big game, and both teams have to bring their best. They have to play their A games. They got to figure it out. That's why, again, back to your first question, Mark, the meetings, yeah, really important now, because now is when you've got to get these things figured out and straightened out.
And I know playing the schedule game is dangerous, but after this week for Tampa in the short term, it's the Niners and the Bengals. I mean, they're 5-6. If they lose this week and you do the math, does it become 5-9? I mean, that's how important this game could be. Playing the schedule game is dangerous. We shall wait and see. How much of a problem is the Todd Bowles factor? I thought he was ready. He actually had some moments with the Jets in which, his first year they went 10-6. And then he had the inconsistent Ryan Fitzpatrick, not the Ryan Fitzpatrick at the very end of his career, who was a better quarterback than the one that Bowles had with the Jets. And he went 10-6 with him one year. But then 3 losing seasons. He pays his dues, a half a dozen years being a top assistant. He's familiar with this roster and everybody in it, and, doesn't seem to not get along with anybody. And yet this isn't working.
No, it's not. It's not working. Look, guys, as I said, I think if they had lost in Munich against Seattle, I think they might have fired Byron Leftwich after that because of that stupid play call that he had where Tom Brady's the receiver. If Tom Brady leaves, I think they shake it all up, and I think everybody's gone. Look, Todd Bowles was given an E-Class Mercedes-Benz, a 5 Series BMW of a football team, and he's running it like it's a Yugo. He's taken everything that made this team special and made it ordinary. And I think the lack of a relationship with Tom Brady is part of it. I think the inability to focus solely on the defense has hurt the defense a little bit. It's just, to me, look, I've talked about broken records, and I hate to repeat it again, but for those who maybe haven't heard me say it, I believe that there are coordinators in this league and there are head coaches. Bruce Arians was a professional head coach. Todd Bowles, in my opinion, is a coordinator, and I don't know that Byron Leftwich is either. And there's a problem there. I don't think Todd Bowles is a head coach. I think he's a coordinator, and I think he's exceptional at it. And if he's your defensive coordinator, you're going to be a dangerous football team. But with him as head coach, you're ordinary at best, and that's what the Bucs are. They're ordinary.
And the Leftwich play to Brady, that's one thing. To me, I thought last week when Evans was not having a good game and he was covered, and he had 2 catches, and they just kept throwing the ball at him when Godwin's out of his mind. Everything was, it's like, hey, we got to get Evans going. We got to get Evans going. And sometimes you got to cut your losses, throw to the hot hand, keep getting Godwin the ball. I thought he missed out on play calling in the game last week as well, Roy.
Totally agree. Totally agree. Yeah. Mike Evans, for whatever reason, and, been around him for a long time now, guys, since he came into the league. I mean, basically watched the kid grow up and develop into a football player. And you just, with Mike Evans, there are days when he's just not mentally into it. His passion is so great, but there are days when the frustration of the way he's covered gets to him. And that last week was one of those days. You could just see it on his face. I mean, I saw him quit on a couple of routes, and one was critical. And the pass was there if he kept running, and he didn't keep running. And no, I'm with you. You've got Julio Jones and Chris Godwin feeling it right now. They feel great. They're running the best they have in 2 years, and they're making plays. And I think you got to get the ball to them. I thought Rachaad White was doing an exceptional job. I would have kept giving him the ball a little bit more. No, I totally agree. I don't know that Byron Leftwich. And again, there's really no imagination to this offense. It's very predictable, and it's not really. They don't take great chances. When they do take chances, you kind of wonder why you're taking that chance now. No, I'm with you. I just don't understand. I think there's an issue there with Byron Leftwich as well. I don't know that it's that he doesn't have Bruce Arians in his ear telling him, helping him out, that he's doing it on his own. I'm not sure what it is, but it's not good.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers are averaging 18 points a game. I mean, we're coming down on the defense. The fact of the matter is defense is giving up 18.5 points a game.
Yeah.
And they're 5-6.
Yeah.
Roy, thanks for your time. Enjoy Monday Night Football. Working late into the evening. Good thing we don't talk Tuesday mornings, but we'll talk again next Thursday.
I'll be up for it, guys. Thanks.
Roy Cummings, Bay News 9, PewterPirates.com. He covers the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's kind enough to give us his insight weekly, 8 o'clock on Thursdays.
Pretty honest and harsh assessment of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers from Roy, but it's hard to disagree with much that he said with what their record is and how that offense is scoring.
I also think the Saints are a bad matchup for them, especially without Wirfs. They got a shutdown corner if they're healthy. All right. This could be a very low-scoring game. This could be first one to 16 wins Monday night.
Miller and Moulton, remember to get your fantasy questions in for Dr. Roto. He is 25 minutes away to answer everything you have for your fantasy team coming up on Miller and Moulton right here on the Florida Sports Network. Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here. Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
It's funny how wanted Harbaugh is again.
Oh, I know.
Well, the Colts is going to be the job. I mean, that's probably going to be a blank piece of paper and a pen type of situation. And so if he says no to that, then I don't know if he's ever coming back to the NFL.
I hope not. I really do. I like him at Michigan. Much is going to make Michigan good. College football is better with Jim Harbaugh coaching the University of Michigan. It just is.
Totally agree.
Who else could you put there that would do anything?
Could they mess around and win the national championship?
Yeah.
Sure.
I don't think so, because I think they're Georgia light at the end of the day. But, yeah.
Yeah, the second they meet Georgia, they're getting smacked, just like last year.
I don't know if Georgia can smack anybody this year.
Yeah, I don't know if they can either.
They can beat them, but I don't know if Georgia has the ability to just smack somebody. Tennessee they did because they were just so much more physical than them, and they got Tennessee's offensive line to make all those bad penalties. Well, they're not going to do that in a neutral site game.
But shutting a team down defensively isn't smacking them.
Yeah, but I don't think
not
they can score enough. They're not going to. They can't beat someone 48-14, if you know what I mean.
Right.
The other thing is this year's defense is not last year's defense. I mean, it's good, but it ain't last year's defense. I mean,
last year's defense was historic.
Yeah, well, I mean, 5 first-round picks. So I think Georgia's gettable. Put it that way. And I'll say this. If you're Georgia, you do not want to see Ohio State as the 4. Those receivers, that quarterback, that's a danger. I know Georgia may just line it up and physically kick the tar out of them for long stretches, but that team could scare you offensively.
If the 4 stays the same going into the playoffs as it is right now, I'd want Michigan to win.
Oh, God, you're so fired.
Why? Oh, because you're Michigan State. Oh, man.
That's
that would be great for college football. You can't deny that.
It would be awful for college football.
If Michigan won?
Yes.
Why?
They have more alumni than any school on the planet. I couldn't handle that.
And yes, Deadstruck, K-State can beat TCU. K-State's playing TCU this time with a different quarterback, a better one.
And if you've listened to Chris Landry, he thinks K-State's winning. I mean,
tomorrow,
he thinks they're winning.
Tomorrow at 8:40, you wait to. I'm with Mark. I say Chris Landry, pulls a Lee Sterling and says the wrong team's favored.
Yeah, he's been telling us for 3 weeks. If you've listened. Because he's thought they've been vulnerable in every game they played, and he finishes it up by saying, well, I think they win, but when they play Kansas State.
Get your fantasy questions in. You got 20 minutes. And yes, whoever it was that asked earlier, Cameron Braid is banged up.
Mark, do you dislike Michigan more than Ohio State?
I would root for anybody against the University of Michigan.
Not true. Not true. We had a Coke Pepsi taste test 10 years ago.
Yeah, I know, but put it this way. I had trouble rooting for Ohio State in that game because I actually like Harbaugh. But I wanted Ohio State to win.
But you had to admit when we went to the Notre Dame-Alabama National Championship game.
Yep, no.
Did turn around unprompted and say, I hate Notre Dame more than Michigan.
I know. That's before I thought my daughter was going to end up at Notre Dame, though.
You didn't even have a daughter for that game.
I know. Things have changed. My very Catholic wife has be her dream for our daughter to go to Notre Dame.
Oh, my God.
Oh, boy.
It's David's dream, too.
I was going to say.
15 seconds.
Just you sending that money to that institution. That is laugh out loud funny.
Here we go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
It's 21 minutes past the hour. Dr. Roto makes his weekly house call when the technological gremlins allow for it to happen. We've been assured it's happening this week. So you got 15 minutes getting in your questions. If you're taking us in on the Miller and Moulton Twitch channel, you can just put them in the chat room. Otherwise, text them in. Mark will get them. He's staring right at them. FSN Radio is the keyword, all one word, FSN Radio. Text it to 21,000. That's how you can text us about anything, including we're going to 12, baby. It's a big news of the day.
The Rose Bowl finally caved. If you have ever seen The Godfather, and I only do that for Philly, when they talk about the deal that they made to get the singer, my father visited him and offered him wax, and he offered the next day, offered him 10% of that. How did he do that? He brought Luca Brasi with him. He put a gun to his head and said, either sign it, either your blood or your signature will be on that contract. And that's essentially what the bowl committee did to the Rose Bowl.
Yeah! About damn time.
It is. Enough of the Rose Bowl demanding they play on New Year's Day. Are you kidding me?
Has anybody seen what's going on in France? They got protesters in the streets, and they're just sitting there. All right. And the cars, don't want to run these people over. And so they've been, causing traffic tie-ups and what have you. Well, in the last 24 hours, the French have had enough with the protesters, and people are pulling out, getting up, and grabbing these people and literally throwing them onto the sidewalks. And I think that's what the college football world did to the Rose Bowl yesterday. They pulled right up into Pasadena. They got out of their car, and they said, "Here, take your parade with you.
Have your parade on New Year's Day. I don't care. You want to be part of this, you're going to play when we tell you you're going to play." And the Rose Bowl, tried till the last minute, but we've got to have the New Year's Day. And they agreed they were going to move it around. And finally, they came back and still wanted to play New Year's Day in the off years. And the bowl committee said, no, enough.
Right. Either you're in or you're out. Take it or leave it. Like the city of Baltimore said to Art Modell, "Art, if you get off the plane, okay, the deal is dead." Okay? So here it is. We gave you everything you wanted. All right. So we're going to 12, baby. Probably going in 2 years, 2024. So we got this year and we got next year. And then that's it, baby. Now, the one thing I don't know, ESPN's got contractual rights to this whole playoff thing through the 2025 season. So what I'll be curious about, Mark, is does ABC ESPN own the first 2 years of the 12-team playoff? That will be very interesting to me. You've done contracts in which, if we do this, then that, and now this clause kicks in and we have to renegotiate. I'm sure there's a clause when ESPN signed their 12-year deal that said, hey, if you change forward or whatever, they have to get first rights, I would think. Now, they're going to have to pay more money probably, but you would think for 2 years they can keep this whole thing in-house if they pay up. Then it's going to go to bid, and then you're going to see an NFL-style playoff. You're going to see the 12-team playoff on 4 different networks, in my opinion.
At least 3. At least 3, because CBS will want in the game.
Sure.
ABC and Fox are already in the game, and NBC will desperately try to get into the game. So I don't disagree with a word you're saying, David.
But I'll be curious if, and the other thing is from a scheduling standpoint, and I know we've bored some of you at times. Well, just, we're Miller and Moulton. We bore some of you at times. But in all seriousness, okay, we've tried to go through, how are you going to schedule all these games? And when are you going to schedule them? And it's tight. It's not easy in and around the NFL. And are you going to actually have to play 2 playoff games at the same time, overlapping? I mean, this is going to be a tough fit in and around the NFL, who has shown they're not cooperating.
With anyone, any sport, at any time. We are the biggest bully on the block, and we will crush you.
And yes, you're our free minor league system, and we really appreciate it. We're not doing you a damn favor. Not one.
By the way, as far as ESPN having to fork out more money, did you see the story of what they're paying for rights fees between now and 2027? $45 billion. That's all of their rights fees between now and 2027. I mean, it is, I bring it up only, and I saw the story and I had no intention of bringing it up, but when we started talking about this college football playoff and ESPN having to fork out more money.
Right. And by the way, how much do you think one of these games is worth? Like CBS is paying $55 million a year for the SEC deal,
which is a joke.
It's the greatest deal in the history of network television. It is. The folks that negotiated it should be put in whatever halls of fame that there are for what they do. And it's why the SEC is, left them, really. They wanted CBS to renegotiate many times along the way, and CBS said, no, we're good. So that's why when the SEC had the chance, they said, yeah, we're out of here. even though CBS was willing to pay whatever they wanted, they said, no, we remember. You guys had 12 years to give us more money. You said no. So we're leaving. But the joke was that the SEC championship game alone, Mark, was worth $100 million. That if they just put that game up for bid, that game would get $100 million. So going forward, like, how much are these games worth? Like, if you're NBC to get one college football playoff game, do you write a check for $150 million? Just to be in the game. I mean, think about it, Mark. If you were smart, if you're college football and you're negotiating on their behalf, you've got 4 home playoff games to start this thing off. You'd put it on 4 different networks. You'd have, how much CBS want for this one? I'll give you the 7-10 matchup. You want the 6-11 matchup. How much you willing to pay for it?
And I'm thinking here, David, in not the infancy of ESPN, but in the infancy of ESPN carrying the NFL, how much money they had to pay to get their one playoff game, how much that was worth to them to get on board. And if you're NBC right now, who's kind of the odd man out in college football, I know they're going to have some Big Ten football coming up, I get it, but they're really CBS has the SEC, Fox has all their stuff. Obviously, we know what ESPN has. NBC has Notre Dame. That's it.
And no bowl games. Not even one. Even CBS goes, we got the Sun Bowl.
So if you're NBC, what would you pay to be a part of that? I would think you'd be willing to fork over some pretty big money to get a game, David.
So here's the funny thing. They're paying about $350 million a year to do Notre Dame in the Big Ten. And basically the College Football Playoff Committee is going to go, yeah, 50% of it, we'll give you 6 versus 11.
Or double it, and maybe we'll give you 2 games.
I mean, if you ask nicely, we'll give you 8 versus 9. Give you the best first-round game. What do you say? So that's why I'm curious whether or not we're going to have to watch ABC, ESPN family of networks for 24 and 25. But I'm telling you, come 2026, the college football playoffs is going to look a lot like the NFL playoffs, in my opinion. 3-4 networks and going to be all over the place.
And with the rights fees going up all over the place, I think David's right. I think as many will want to get in on it as can. And the money is going to be staggering when you see it.
Could also mean, by the way, that ABC, ESPN doesn't do the championship game every year. Could have Gus Johnson do a championship game.
What? Miller and Moulton. Dr. Roto answering your fantasy football questions next. Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Don't miss the Miami Dolphins watch party every Sunday at the Seaside Bar and Grill in Bonita Springs. Presented by Clutch Vodka. The Seaside will be serving Clutch Vodka drinks, including the awesome Bloody Mary bar at the Seaside. If you can't be at Hard Rock Stadium, come have fun at the best place in town to watch the Dolphins and enjoy the best, clean, crisp, smoothest vodka. That's Clutch with a K. Miami Dolphins parties every week at the Seaside Bar and Grill on Old 41 in Bonita Springs. Powered by Clutch Vodka.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here. Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Life Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlifetransportation.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
He's going to do it himself. Thomas, crossover. Step back.
No.
College basketball. College
basketball.
College basketball. College basketball. Pac-12 championship game.
I'm extending the ban. It's all basketball.
No, that's BS.
No.
That's not what we agreed upon. I signed a contract.
I changed it.
Really?
Yes.
You can change clauses on contracts?
I can.
That seems,
from this seat. As
really
long
cool.
as my name's one of the two names on the show, I can change clauses.
Seems like I could sue.
Problem is you're suing to Moulton.
Not the buzzer.
Mello, there is no chance to me because their model is based on getting all the money from the cable companies. They make all their money on people who don't even watch ESPN.
When did the Pac-10 become the Pac-12? Sorry. Respond to that.
When they added two teams.
When did they do that?
Oh, God. It was the Utah, Colorado, so whenever that was.
Okay, I'll just look it up.
Yesterday was, Adam, before the Big Ten ACC, they were showing the speech. Hey, I've got one question. You've got a couple here. This might be a short segment.
Yeah, I got like 4 questions so far.
Okay.
I think it's because everyone who made a Dr. Roto team is out of the playoffs right now. Sorry.
I don't think that's the case. I actually think, okay, unfortunately, we've had like 3 or 4 times this year where he wasn't on, one including the death of his father. And I think it hurt the flow of this segment.
Well, the last 2 weeks killed it. Morning, Doc.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm okay. How you doing, Dave?
I'm all right. I'm pretty good. I'm sleeping well.
There you go. You
How's your
feeling
little side?
100%?
Yeah. Yeah, I am. My sugar's a little high. I got to get it down. I don't know why. I'm only eating everything that's not nailed down.
Yeah. You know, I stopped drinking all soda. And after my operation, between, losing all the kidney weight and no soda, I'm down. I lost like 20 pounds. Weird, right?
Yeah, you look skinny.
I know, too skinny. I gotta start eating things.
Yeah, I know, Roto.
You got a little Kelly Ripa going to you. You need a carb, Doc. You need.
Yep.
I know, and I eat carbs, but it's just weird. I lost, the kidney weight blew me up. How the kids, Mark?
Good. The one now it's turned into me. He calls like I used to call my old man when I was bitching about work, and he's mad at his boss. He calls me and he's like, I only got someone to talk to and a Jew, and I feel like dad. I'm like, I did it to my dad all the time, buddy. You can call and vent to me anytime you want.
That's cool.
How about you? How's your son?
He's good. He's just always late for school, literally. Like we get in there, it's a wing and a prayer gets in there on time. Every day it's a fight.
Have you done the radical thing where you just, you leave without him? You just pretend you like drive away for a couple of minutes and you come back and you go, I don't know what to tell you, man. You missed your either that or, hey, you better get out. The bus leaves,
Right.
like 5 blocks away.
It's brutal. Well, he's about to get his license. And so I can't even imagine. He'd have to get up earlier with his license because he's not going to speed to school.
Here we go. 10 seconds.
Okay.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes before the hour." Dr. Roto, kind enough to join us once again. Fantasy football expert, drroto.com is, well, where you can get what he's thinking. His daily advice. Dr. Roto, drroto.com, and also Dr. Roto is how you can follow him on Twitter. How you doing?
I'm doing well. What's up with your background there? It's not very cheerful.
For those not watching on the Miller Moulton Twitch channel, it's completely dark. Okay, I did not backlight my background today. So
looks as if we're interrogating Moulton the entire time of the show. Glad you brought it up.
Right on him. Right?
I'm glad you brought it up, Doc. I've been sitting here all morning. And I don't say anything. All I see him do is knock down a turkey and cheese during a break. And I'm like, can we light this up a little bit?
It really does look like Mark and Dr. Roto are going to waterboard me at any moment. All right. A very innocent question was just thrown in. We like to ask you, like game flow questions, what games you're looking at. All right. A gentleman in our Twitch chat room just flew in and said, ask Dr. Roto how he thinks Deshaun Watson's going to perform in the final 5-6 games of the year.
All right. So I'm just going to throw this out there because I was on the Better Sports Network the other night, and I had this gambling expert, Jeff Cadillac, like best name in all of sports betting, Jeff Cadillac, right? He and I are talking about this game. Vegas doesn't like losing money, guys. You know that. Everybody and their grandmother, if they're betting on this game, who are they betting on?
Deshaun.
I'm not saying Houston's going to win, but I'm saying Houston might just cover. They might just cover this one because everybody's thinking they're going to get blown out. And Vegas is not paying to 98% of people, right? They'd rather pay to 2% than 98%. I like Deshaun. I don't know if I like him this week per se. I think this is a really big Nick Chubb week. This is a get Deshaun back in the flow week. This is maybe have him throw the ball 28 to 32 times, maybe smart, quick, good throws. Maybe he goes 20 for 28 for 190 something yards and a touchdown, right? So this is the week before the beginning of the good weeks. That's how I'm looking at it. So I like him in the fantasy playoffs. I think you can win with him in the fantasy playoffs. I just don't know whether it's going to be this week.
Speaking of game flow, what game do you like from stacking more? Jags, Lions, or Chiefs, Bengals?
Both. Honestly, last week the game was the Cardinals, Chargers, and the Seattle Raiders. Those are the two games you needed a piece of. I think this week those are the two games you need a piece of. The Lions at home, you always need a piece of that, right? And the Jaguars have shown that they could keep the pace. So, you're looking at Zay Jones, even though I hate going back there. Christian Kirk. I think this could be a Kirk week. ETN, of course, people forgot about him. On the other side, Jamal Williams, how does he not score? Amon-Ra St. Brown. So you want a piece of that game for sure. And then the Chiefs-Bengals, that should be a great game. It's always amazing how there's that one great game at 4 p.m. It's like a lot of the 1 p.m. games stink, and then the 4 p.m. has that highlight game.
Mr. Butte in our Twitch chat room asks, and he knows you're not a huge, player of guys on Thursday nights, but he's wondering, hey, if I got to play a quarterback this week, Josh Allen against the Patriots or Deshaun?
Yeah, Josh, so this week, I'll make it easy. My Thursday night, Josh Allen, you play. You play Stephon Diggs for sure. After that, it gets a little hazy for me. I'll probably play Devin Singletary. Don't love it, but I probably would play him. Can we trust Gabe Davis anymore? I don't think so. Gabe Davis has been a real disappointment. That doesn't mean he couldn't be good tonight, but we just haven't seen that. For the Patriots, I'm starting absolutely Ramondre Stevenson without question. And then I'm not really loving any other Patriot. Mac Jones is not going to do tonight what he did last week against the Vikings. That's just not going to happen. And I don't know whether there's any one Patriots receiver, maybe Jacoby Myers, but the rest, do you want to start Devontae Parker, Tyquan Thornton? There's just a bunch of guys. I think the Patriots coaching staff has really hurt Mac Jones. Joe Judge and Matt Patricia are not offensive-minded guys. It's a problem.
Sit one of these three, modified PPR: McCaffrey, Aaron Jones, Latavius Murray, Gus Edwards. You have to sit one.
I need to write these down, Mark.
I know. We try to get smaller questions, but
this is what I've got. Again. McCaffrey, Aaron Jones,
Lat Murray, Gus Edwards. Sit one.
Well, first, we're playing Aaron Jones for sure, right? And I mean, how do we not play Latavius Murray, who's just, getting a ton of opportunities? Look, we want to play McCaffrey, but we have to see about McCaffrey. Are they going to play McCaffrey? Are they going to baby McCaffrey? So I don't know the answer to that. I think obviously I'll sit Gus because Gus is limited. If Gus doesn't score a touchdown, he's that 6 to 8 fantasy point guy. Not enough. Obviously, McCaffrey, if he's healthy, you play.
All right. A twofold question here. We've had a couple of people wonder about what do you do if Justin Fields is your quarterback? Because you really don't know what the Bears are going to do with Justin Fields. So if not Fields, Watson, Lawrence, or Geno Smith. But your thoughts on if you've got Justin Fields, he's got a separated shoulder. When do you think he's going to play?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, the Bears are off next week. So to me, it makes a lot of sense. And I was talking to Dr. Jesse Morse from the Fantasy Doctors about this. And we think that he's going to be out this week. He'll be out week 14. And now he's back in week 15. I think that seems to be the most likely scenario. To rush him back this week doesn't seem to make a ton of sense. But, look, stranger things have happened. But if I had to be betting on it, I bet that he doesn't play. Let me give you guys a guy. Look, I love Geno Smith, and I think that you have to ride with Geno Smith. I know that Lawrence is in a great matchup, but, man, Geno Smith deserves our attention. But let me give everybody out there a guy. Don't sleep on Mike White. Mike White has a great, great schedule coming up, an easy fantasy schedule. And he looked terrific last week in the rain. I know he's playing the Bears, and I probably could throw for about 220 against the Bears. But in the driving rainstorm, what was great about him, he threw the ball to 10 different receivers. 10 guys, that's a lot, right? Zach Wilson couldn't throw it to 2. So I would start Geno Smith, but I do like Mike White, and I think the Jets are onto something.
All right. Another kind of Deshaun question, so I'll kind of skip that because you've already answered Deshaun this week. He said over Aaron Rodgers or Lamar, so that means he has Aaron Rodgers or Lamar left. Who would you play this week at QB?
Well, I don't like Lamar's matchup, but, I mean, he's always good for those 15 to 16 points. Man, Aaron Rodgers, does it seem like he's going to play? I don't know, but Chicago's a train wreck. I think he does play, right? He's off to week 14. I don't know. I just feel like this is almost a week, and I know this is crazy, where you better be in on Aaron Rodgers because you're going to wish you were, because it just, when he miraculously comes back with 260 and 3 touchdowns, and you're going to be like, wasn't this guy just leaving and I thought he was done for the year?
He did say on the Pat McAfee show on Tuesday he got a good scan, and the doctor says he can play. And even his teammates are joking about him playing because, remember, they're playing the Bears, and he owns them. Right. And he even said, we're still mathematically alive for the playoffs. I'm going to play as long as we are alive.
Can I say one thing, guys? Jordan Love looked pretty decent. I know it was mop up, but he looked decent.
Yes, he did. They're going to have an interesting decision in a few weeks when they're eliminated. Do they tap the $51 million guy on the shoulder and say, hey, do you mind if we play this guy? Adam in our Twitch chat room wants to know, of these 3 wide receivers, I can only play 2. Kirk, Godwin, Slayton. I
mean, look, who are the best 2 players? Sometimes you just play the best players. Slayton's a guy who makes a couple of plays each game, but he's not a guy you ever want to rely on. Kirk against the Lions, that feels like a must play to me. Godwin always, I mean, he is turned into Brady's guy, right? I mean, I know Evans is the big play guy, but Godwin is the guy that Brady goes to when he needs to play. So got to play those guys.
You mentioned Wilson already for a playoff run. Is there a player you should try to put on your bench right now? Is there someone you should pick up, running back, receiver? You're always great at being 2-3 weeks ahead, Doc, and that's what I'm kind of looking at. I'm not in the playoffs. This isn't for me. But for the guy that's making the playoffs, that's got room on his bench, is there someone out there you think that you should be grabbing on a waiver wire right now?
Yeah, so at running back, the two running backs that I've keyed in on this week are Zonovan Knight for the Jets, Bam Knight. I mean, look, Michael Carter is not a world beater, and they had James Robinson inactive last week. Knight was pretty good at NC State. He can run, he can catch a little bit. Ty Johnson is another guy who can catch the ball in the backfield. Mike White peppers his running backs with receptions. So I'm not saying Michael Carter's out of the situation, but I think Zonovan Knight has, put his foot in that door in a big way. I also think Mike Boone was on. So Mike Boone is with the Broncos, yeah? And even when Javonte Williams was healthy, Javonte Williams was getting like 40%, Melvin Gordon was getting 40%, and Mike Boone was getting like 20% of the touches. Well, now you've had Lat Murray and Mike Boone. I think you might be seeing a lot of him in the box scores, which is kind of horrifying. But so is Nathaniel Hackett. What can I tell you? They're both horrifying.
Mello wants to know this week which quarterback. I think he's looking at matchups. Would you go Dak against the Colts, or do you think that Tua, even against the Niners, is going to put up numbers?
So look, the Niners are a really, really, really good team. What they do exceptionally well are two things. One, they stop the run, and two, they stop tight ends. Well, that's okay for Miami because Miami has some pretty good receivers. Heard this guy Tyreek was pretty good. I heard this guy Waddle was pretty good. And let's not forget the Trent Sherfield revenge narrative.
Outstanding. All right, pick one for flex. David Pierce, Trey Burks, or Mike Williams. Who are you starting in the flex spot, Doc?
Well, is Mike Williams healthy? Is he back? Is he playing? Do we know that? We don't know that. I think the problem with Dameon Pierce is this. If you still can make trades in your league, you have to trade this guy yesterday. I mean, we saw them pull back. At one point, he was getting like 31 touches, and last week he barely touched the ball. And when you're playing Kyle Allen, you're basically screaming out, I want to lose. So I think Pierce right now is not going to be getting 20 and 25 carries anymore. Maybe this is his last hurrah, maybe at home against Cleveland with a bad run defense. So I might consider playing him. But moving forward, I think that guy's it's playing with fire.
And by the way, just got somebody saying I look very Rod Serling-esque. Okay, as kind of like a silhouette with a black background. Just anyway, tight end, Doc, Dalton Schultz against the Colts, Juwan Johnson against the Bucs.
Yeah, never trust Juwan Johnson if you like money. Okay? Just don't do it. It's not that he's bad. It's that he goes to weeks where he does nothing. He'll get one shot in the end zone, and then the next week he gets 2 touchdowns. I think the Saints are in big trouble because they don't know who they are. Are you an Andy Dalton offense? Are you Jameis Winston? Or hey, maybe just we'll bring in Taysom Hill every now and then. You have to know who you are, and the Saints do not have an identity. You play Dalton Schultz. The Colts are not very good against tight ends, and Dak knows who he likes. He likes CeeDee Lamb, he likes Dalton Schultz, and he goes to them often.
Got a DFS bargain for me?
I really haven't looked in that way for the bargains yet. I know that I probably I didn't pay. Don't laugh. I like the Trent Sherfield El Cheapo thing, but I'll tell you this, Mark. You need A.J. Brown on your team. You need A.J. Brown. Don't do a lineup without A.J. Brown. He's playing the Titans. You don't think he was going to want to put up. He's talking to Jalen Hurts right now about plays to expose the Titans. So if you don't have him in your lineup, you're probably going to lose.
Some quick either-ors. All Risk wants to know, do I go Wilson or Pierce?
We don't know if Wilson's healthy, right? And then secondly, I told you the 49ers are really good at stopping the run. So I think if Wilson is absolutely healthy, I'll consider it, but I don't think it's a great play.
Larry wants to know Dawson Knox or Conklin.
Tyler Conklin revenge narrative, baby. It's a thing. I'm telling you, it's a thing. And Dawson Knox, I don't know.
Are you going to put that on drroto.com, a little box in which you say it's a thing and you list like 3 bullet points?
You have been around players for how long, David? Do you not agree that these guys get hyped up for their old teams?
Doctor, trust me. I believe in curses. I believe in trends. I believe in things.
That's right. I believe in the Tyler Conklin revenge thing. I do.
All right. And RCB wants to know DeAndre Carter or Curtis Samuel.
Has it come to that? RC, has it come to that? If Mike Williams is out, I'll play DeAndre Carter. You know what? I like Curtis Samuel, but you know who liked Curtis Samuel more? Carson Wentz liked him more. Sadly, Heineke doesn't use him that much.
He's Dr. Roto. He's our fantasy football expert. He should be yours as well. So solicit what he does for a living at drroto.com, drroto.com, and follow him on Twitter at Dr. Roto, DRROTO.
Can I tell you guys about a cool thing we're doing? If you sign up to our site by Sunday at noon, what's Sunday kickoff, give or take, we will give you week 14 for free on the site. We'll have it open right after. So just sign up, go on the site, drroto.com by Sunday at 1 p.m. and we'll get you there. All right?
All
Perfect.
right.
Doc, as always, thank you very much.
Bye,
Have
guys.
a great week.
He's in the giving mood. It's that time of year.
We like givers. And we like taking Dr. Roto's advice. Miller and Moulton. Tampa, St. Pete, Lake City, Port Charlotte. We thank you for listening. We'll do it all over again tomorrow. The bonus hour is next. Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN Play of the Day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sports show. That was a while ago.
Yes, it was. Just work with me. Everyone liked the pod, the Play of the Day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day?
Sounds good. Fun. Smooth. Like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
That's Clutch with a K.
Don't miss the Miami Dolphins watch party every Sunday at the Seaside Bar and Grill in Bonita Springs. Presented by Clutch Vodka. The Seaside will be serving Clutch Vodka drinks, including the awesome Bloody Mary bar at the Seaside.
Newman.
Can't be at Hard Rock Stadium. Come have fun at the best place in town to watch the Dolphins and enjoy the best, clean, crisp, smoothest vodka. That's Clutch with a K. Miami Dolphins parties every week at the Seaside Bar and Grill on Old 41 in Bonita Springs. Powered by Clutch Vodka.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here. Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around and get
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Hey, is whoever in our chat room still there that works at Fat Cats? What the hell are you guys going to open across the street? I've had enough. Oh, and for you, Moulton, where were you on Tuesday, November 13th at 2 p.m.?
Soon. They're opening soon.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate the opening soon. Since we have someone in our Twitch chat room who works there that could give me a date, I was at Skillets, and they don't look like they're anywhere close to opening soon. It's at Skillets on Sunday after church, and they're not opening soon.
Really?
Not by what I saw.
The Skillets right there on Ben Hill Griffin?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's a Fat Cats opening in that University Plaza or whatever.
University Village Shops.
Okay.
Man, I haven't been to Skillets in a while. I love Skillets.
November 13th at 2 p.m.
I'm just interrogating you, David. I'm having a little fun.
I was going to say, I was with my mom, actually, in Jersey.
Yeah,
No,
will
really, I
she be able to confirm that?
Yes.
I'd like to speak to my lawyer.
Can I make one phone call? Can I call my mother?
That's not how this works.
Oh, that group got better already. Look at that.
Mark, the last time I went to Skillets was with you.
First watch Skillets. It's breakfast. It doesn't matter. They do a couple of omelets I like.
Hey, breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Whether it be buffalo chicken dip or an omelet. It's important. So sad. I have like a little bit of buffalo chicken dip left, but it's expired.
So?
It's like 6 days expired.
Yeah. I don't know that one. I used to like Patrick's, but he sold it and got out. That was a great spot there off of Pine Ridge.
KW, you're right. There's an idea.
What
about a buffalo chicken dip mac and cheese?
Oh, that
sounds
I
good.
don't like buffalo chicken dip.
No?
Not really.
Damn.
I think it's only good in small things. Like, I'll once every
Very
couple
much
of
a
weeks.
diner, Mello. It used to be pretty cheap and not bad at all.
Like a pita chip, David. I like my buffalo chicken dip with pita chips. Here we go.
This hour on this first Thursday of December, because it's the first day of December. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Final thoughts all coming up in roughly 40 minutes time. Thursday night football tonight, and you know what? It's worth talking about. It's worth promoting. Al and Kirk are actually going to show up with a little enthusiasm tonight.
Well, the game's big. The game has huge implications for the Miami Dolphins. Everything about Thursday night football is fascinating to me tonight. The Bills have been playing not as well. The Patriots, the Bills have had the Patriots numbers. What is the stat you gave me? How long has it been since they've punted against?
Well, remember, they played 3 times last year. The first matchup was the game with the crazy winds. Remember, it destroyed the ESPN sideline set and the whole deal. The Patriots threw the ball 3 times, right? Mac Jones was 1 of 3, like 4 yards passing, something ridiculous like that. And they won. And then they played 2 times in normal conditions. The Bills didn't punt in either game. So I'm curious, Mark. I mean, we said the Patriots, when last year was over, man, they looked slow. I mean, they had nothing for Buffalo. Obviously, couldn't cover anybody. Did not punt. 2 whole games. Did not punt. And so the first thing I'm curious about is, okay, New England made moves in the offseason. The first thing has to be, well, we got to get some guys to force the Bills to punt.
A first quarter punt out of the Bills would be a big accomplishment by the New England Patriots.
Totally. Belichick's kid would say in the headset, hey, Dad, at least I got him to punt. I don't know if you can go there, but what the heck?
I don't think you can.
If anybody can, it'd be him. So let me ask you this, though. Let's just assume the worst for New England. They lose tonight. They're 6-6. We all have in our heads how many wins we think the team's going to need this year to get in the AFC. Got to figure it's 10. Don't know if you'll have to get to 11 or not. It may just be 10. We'll see. Right now, 7-4 is the final playoff spot. Mark, you tell me we'll play the schedule game with the Patriots. Arizona on the road.
Should be a win, obviously.
Raiders on the road.
Another one. That's a winnable game.
Bengals and Dolphins at home.
Let's say they split.
At Buffalo.
That's a loss.
And that's why I know the numbers say it's not a must win, but come on, you got to split with the Bills, right? I mean, you can't. Maybe you'll get lucky. The Bills have won the East and they don't play Josh Allen and their starters the final game, but it's not looking to be that kind of situation. So if you're going to split with the Bills, isn't this your best chance to split with the Bills?
Absolutely. But if New England gets tonight, if they somehow can figure out a way to win, Dolphin, that means the Bills are 0-3 in the division. And that means you've got a really good shot of equaling their record for the regular season. That would give you the tiebreaker more than likely over the Bills. Divisional record. Now, you have work to do to get there. You still have to beat the Jets. You have to beat the Patriots. We get it. But you could conceivably lose to the Bills and still get there.
Now, I will say, if the Bills lose tonight, they've got 4 in the loss column. Of their 5 remaining games, 3 of them are the 3 teams in the division, but all of them at Orchard Park. I mean, let's be honest, this time of the year, how many of those games do we think they're going to lose?
None.
So then that only leaves 2 remaining games on the schedule. One Chicago, and I believe that's at Orchard Park.
That's in Chicago.
Okay, well, weather's about the same. Does it matter?
It doesn't really matter.
And then I will say, it's the last regular season Monday night game of the year. We're already looking forward to it. Buffalo's at Cincinnati, second to last weekend of the year. So, it's tricky. 3 division games, but they're all at home. At Cincinnati, obviously not easy. Bengals are going to need the game. We know that. Whether it's for the North or just to get in, they're going to need it. And then they should have, a gimme in Chicago. So that's why I think, Mark, for the Dolphins, realistically, to win the East, the Patriots have to win tonight.
David, there is no doubt. And I just don't think Miami's going up to Buffalo and beating them. That's the only way. That's the only other way they do it is to go to Orchard Park in December and beat the Buffalo Bills. I don't see it happening.
But if New England can win tonight,
bingo.
And then if Buffalo doesn't run the table, they post a 12-5. Well, if you're a Dolphin fan, do the math. Got to go 4-2 the rest of the way. Well, most of us think you're going to go 3-3. That you're going to get one of these 3 on the road in a row. We don't know which one. We're assuming it ain't going to be the one at Buffalo. So that you'll find a way to split out west at Frisco, at the Chargers. Then you come home. You got the Packers on Thanksgiving. Come on, they're a bad team this year. Got to beat them. Then you're at New England. It's winnable. Come on now. But even if you lose it, home for the Jets, there's your 3-3. But if the Bills lose tonight, basically you can look yourselves in the mirror and go, you know what? If we go 4-2 the rest of the way, we're going to win a 12-5 tiebreaker with those guys. We're going to win the damn division. 4-2. Can we do it?
Armstead talking like he can play this week, or McDaniel talking like Armstead could play this week through the pain, which would be just miraculous. Now, Jackson, the other tackle, is going to be out this week for the Dolphins, but as was pointed out earlier in our show, Dalton Miller made the point. I think you made the point, David. Sorry, it was actually you, that San Francisco has not beaten anybody this year. We think they're really good. We think they're a solid football team, but look at who they've played. Look at who they've beaten.
By the way, most of us who are not Cowboys fans are basically have a wait-and-see attitude with Dallas, because that's 25 years worth of work that the Cowboys have done to give us that attitude. Sorry, we don't believe in you until you win games in January. I will say the Cowboys, Pat Kerwin was talking about this on his show yesterday. The Cowboys against the winning teams in the NFC and the AFC, they're 5-2. They've played the toughest schedule if you go by winning teams this year. They've played the most games against winning teams, and they're 5-2. You cannot be a Cowboys fan. You got to tip your hat at that and go, that's pretty impressive.
Miller and Moulton talking a little NFL on a Thursday as we get ready for Bills Patriots tonight. Bucks play a Monday nighter, and the Dolphins get the Niners in what's a really solid NFL weekend.
Oh my goodness, there are 6, counting tonight, 6 games involving winning teams facing one another.
Titans and Eagles, Jets and Vikings, Commanders and Giants, Dolphins and Niners, Bengals and Chiefs.
And then tonight, and that doesn't even count, like when we had Roy Cummings on an hour ago, he said, I know most of the rest of the nation is going to look at New Orleans and Tampa and go, ugh, that's a big game. And Mark, in a strange, messed up way, it probably is not going to have any meaning in terms of the standings, although it could. But Jacksonville, Detroit is probably going to be a very entertaining game.
Well, you got the return of Deshaun Watson coming in, the Browns, Texans, just from an intrigue factor.
My goodness, how many games are this week then?
Ravens, Broncos.
Oh, now see, I find the Broncos just fascinating right now. Okay, I was thinking of this driving around last night. I literally almost hit something, all right, when I thought of it. Is Russell Wilson, David Duval. I'm trying to think of like top 10 in their sport athlete who just loses it in one season. And now in Duval's case, never really got it back, although he had a chance to win one U.S. Open late, but basically fell off the face of the earth and has for 20 years.
And Keel, the baseball player, but he wasn't that good.
Right. Yeah, and he was so young in his career, like he had one or two
I know.
good years. Right. No, and
Knobloch. I'm going baseball a little bit to try to think of.
Right, but both Sachs and Knobloch got it together and finished out good, solid careers. I mean, it's difficult to find, especially when injury is not a part of it. That's how shocking this season is with Russell Wilson right now. I mean, his numbers are worse than what you think he's playing. They're that bad.
I mean, Le'Veon Bell was a top 5 running back, sat out a year and was never the same, but there's a reason for it. He sat out a year. This is continuing to play. I'm just kind of spitballing here, David, when you threw that at me and just names are coming into my head. But it's difficult.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a tennis player, but usually there's an injury involved in which all of a sudden they leave the top 10 and you don't hear from them again, maybe ever. honestly, it's the only thing I could think of. And I'm like, wow, is Russell Wilson David Duval?
Going to say Ben Simmons, but that's not really fair to Russ.
No. Although it does torture Felipe because he's not allowed to comment on it.
I know. That was kind of why I threw it in. I was trying to think of a few other NBA players that I could say that he couldn't.
For those that don't know quickly, Felipe, he screwed up the play of the day yesterday. We gave him a mulligan, but in order to get the mulligan, he can't talk the association for the rest of the week.
How about those Miami Hurricanes?
And last night, Tatum goes for 49. The royal family shows up at the Heat Celtics game, and Booker scores 51 in 3 quarters, and Felipe can't talk the association.
Miller and Moulton, we thank you for listening right here on the Florida Sports Network. Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here. Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone, on 5th Avenue in Naples.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
So we've talked about this before. I like it cool. Fine with it cool. Don't like it hot. But you know how sometimes you walk around and you go, just feels a little cooler in here. So you check the thermostat. 70 degrees in here. Got to remember, it's like 52 outside here in Jacksonville. My wife's still got the air conditioning on.
Moulton, how far are you from the ocean?
5 to 7 miles.
So are you closer to the ocean than
Yeah, he's
About
way
the same.
closer to the ocean than he was here because he lived near the Gulf of Mexico when he was here. It's not an ocean.
Oh
and
my
if you
God.
don't stop it, I'm going to come over there and punch you right in the mouth.
I think I'm a mile or two further away, Felipe,
I do, KW.
from the big body of water.
the Bermuda Triangle?
First edition of Playboy today, too, KW.
Sorry for disrespecting the Gulf like that.
We had someone who texted us and said Cody Bellinger.
Now, see, we got to give him a little bit more time, but also he didn't do it. I mean, God, Russell Wilson did this for a decade.
Yes, Klecko, it was. Yeah, no, I know.
Russell Wilson's rookie year was 2012. I mean, this is unbelievable. How about, I was thinking about this. How about Johnny Miller? Johnny Miller was basically 7 years.
Yeah.
And I know he won a tournament like, he won that Pebble event like 10 years, when he was fighting the yips on the back nine and he made the final short putt and he threw the ball into the bay. People had to tell him, you won, right? He's like, what? I was throwing up all over myself. What?
Unlimited.
Ian Baker Finch is a good one.
It was Prince Harry that was in the TD Garden last night, correct?
No.
Or William?
Yes.
It's Meghan and Harry. It's William and Kate.
Kate, yes, William and Kate.
The Prince and Princess of Wales.
Now, you said something earlier, David, and I wasn't going to get into it on the air. She's never going to be queen, right? She doesn't get the title of queen.
Don't they have to, couldn't they give it to her if they want?
No, because no. It's got to be lineage. He's the king. She's whatever she is.
Okay, so they're not going to make her queen.
No, I don't believe so, and I'm not going to get into a royal argument with you.
We got 5 seconds.
Well,
also,
I don't care.
This is important, Felipe.
Thanks for listening. And now, more of Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
"21 minutes after the hour. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. And I'm sorry to have to do this, all right? But sometimes Miller and Moulton get into a topic late in the commercial break and we can't finish it, all right? And so since I was the one that brought up the royal family at the Heat Celtics game, it ended up leading to a question, which is, can Kate become queen? The answer is yes, but she can't become queen until Charles is out of the picture. All right.
Well, Philip wasn't king.
No, but she
She
can.
died.
But she can be. Okay. Well, I guess they basically can,
Well, they can do whatever they want. They're royal.
Right.
But I didn't think you didn't marry to be the queen. But again, you are the royal expert on this show.
Okay. And I understand, they would queen or queen consort. Okay. But anyway, it let's be honest, Mark, it really will depend on what her husband wants. I mean, Charles is going to be out of the picture. Okay. William's going to become king. If he wants her to be called queen, she's going to be called queen.
Might just do it to piss off Harry and Meghan.
Sure, absolutely.
Probably the next time those two see each other.
Yeah, really. It'll be when Chuck dies.
Exactly.
Golly. Grandmother was the only thing keeping the family together.
Who knew?
All right. We digress. Not that any of us have families like that. No, not at all. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm sorry. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com.
And I figured out what's happened is that this Thanksgiving thing you're carrying on because you guys didn't have enough leftovers. When you just go out and buy that stuff, you don't get the 4 days of leftovers when you make it. And it's had you a little off kilter this week. Everybody needs a leftover turkey, open-faced turkey sandwich.
Well, and the other thing is I don't get to enjoy the leftover. I mean, it was a tease for me. I got to enjoy Thanksgiving, which I never get to do. But then I had to start traveling. So I was gone. And literally, when did I have to leave? By lunch the next day, when you would prepare yourself your first sandwich. So it was a bit of a tease. That is true. That is true. This is my best weekend, by the way, to be selfish for 10 seconds. Day trip to Atlanta for the SEC championship game, come back, leisurely drive to Tampa for Monday Night Football. Oh, my goodness. This is fantastic.
Well, leisurely drive because you don't have a choice. Are there direct flights from Jacksonville to Tampa if you want?
There's not direct flights Jacksonville to anywhere.
They would have had to get Air Aikman to get you there. You had no choice in this one. You had to drive.
All the cities for us to relocate to. Jacksonville, my goodness.
Where you can get absolutely nowhere.
Directly. Right. But besides that, it's not bad. So I'm fired up for Thursday Night Football tonight. I'm also fired up, believe it or not. This is the blankety blank in me. The World Cup. See, I'm telling you, if you're Spain, this is a tough one. Because, see, you can knock the Germans out. You don't have to tank the match. You just have to draw. See, if you draw, you win your group. So you can, who are they playing? Japan. But this way, if you draw, you could, based on goal differential, knock Germany out. Even if Germany beats Costa Rica. And, I mean, let's face it. Does anybody like the Germans in soccer?
Oh, I thought you meant in general, but certainly not in soccer.
Well, there's that NATO thing, they pretend to like each other. Every now and then they all need each other. But in soccer, does anybody like Germany? Anybody? No. The other European nations hate them. England, France, Spain, they all hate them. We won't even get into Brazil and Argentina, for goodness sakes.
So I'm with you. I'm with you because, first off, who thought Germany was going to be 0-1 heading into their last game?
Right. So I'm intrigued by this. I got to be honest. This is the blankety blank in me. If Spain's looking around up 1-0 in the 70th minute, they kind of look around. Do you start talking, during a little delay, during a substitution, does the Spain captain walk up to the Japanese captain and go, listen, if we give you one, will you stop there?
Okay, the problem is, though, is that Germany could still get in because goal differential. If they
I understand, but they could also, like if Germany only wins by 1, I think they can lose the tiebreaker. It could come down to that whole fair play.
Exactly.
How many yellow cards?
So a little World Cup action today, and Belgium has to play. They've got to do a little bit to get in. I think if they win, they're in because they play Croatia, so they're behind them by a point. If they win, they're in. That's the other one. And Canada and Morocco, that's the early games.
How about, by the way, we're the only ones to get out there from CONCACAF, right?
Well, Canada wasn't expected to.
What do you mean they weren't expected to? They won. They qualified before anybody else in CONCACAF.
I understand, but when you looked at their group, did you really think they were getting out of that?
But I'm just saying. I mean, Mexico out, Canada out. Look at who's in. That's all I'm saying. Look at who's in. I mean, we got the Dutch. Isn't that like going to Wisconsin?
Not in soccer.
I know it's not.
Not even close.
I know.
So that's a little bit of afternoon viewing for you today, if you want a little morning and afternoon viewing. But I will say I'm with you, because if Germany gets knocked out, that would be monstrous in this tournament.
Whoa.
Talk about coaches getting fired.
Please. Might get sent to Iran. I'm kidding. By the way, Adam in our Twitch chat room's like, guys, I'm kind of torn. I'm with you, but my wife's German. She'd take this really hard. Be a rough weekend for me, he said.
Don't know what to tell you, Adam. We're rooting for you to have a tough weekend. We had, maybe your Jags beating the Lions on Sunday will be what you need by the time Sunday morning comes around.
So I'm kind of intrigued by that, Mark. I don't know if it's enough to get you to cancel your golf date or anything, but I will say it's this afternoon. It'll be enough for me to keep checking the phone and see what the result is.
No, I've got a free day today. I'll probably take a nap during the 2:00 soccer. I'm hoping the first half nap during the 2:00 games. Wake up for the second half.
Wow, that is outstanding. Man.
One of the main reasons I'm really happy my wife never listens to this show, because if she knew how much I took naps, she would definitely try to hurt me when I sleep.
See, and I would think she'd be impressed with how much you get done, realizing that you're taking 3 or more naps a week. I mean, really, she should actually be impressed.
Yeah.
That's our story. We're sticking
Right.
to it. I don't think it would work, but I'm just saying, honey, when you think about it, look at all that I get done, and I nap 3 times a week. And the days I'm not napping, I'm golfing.
We're going to keep that all on the inside.
Honey, when you really think about it, you married a pretty talented guy.
How was work?
Would you like another glass of wine?
Did you get out a half hour late today because you were so busy and worked another 9-10 hour day plus a commute?
How was that drive, an hour each way? Can I get you another glass of wine?
How about gin? How about we just move right to the heavy stuff? Miller and Moulton, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when, what's on tap, and our final thoughts all still ahead right here on Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here. Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around the game.
You had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686. or book on saltlifetransportation.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Oh, Adam, I say no. I say don't watch it. Just take it all in.
Oh, no, I'm totally on the opposite side of that. I think you follow it closely, and this way you know in advance everything that's going to happen, and you just stay to the side or behind her, and you're watching, knowing full well what's about to happen. Tell you what, it could make me a fan of Sergio if he's gonna.
Bob Herrick just put the article out on SI. He was interviewed by a Spanish website, Marca. He said, they say Greg Norman has to go and Monahan has to stay or go. It's very easy to say those on the other side have to go, and those on your side, there are also people who have done things wrong. Seems that there are only bad guys on one side.
You know what I find
Wow, and
interesting?
it said he doesn't want to play in the Ryder Cup if there are guys that don't want him there. He goes, the whole thing's about everybody supporting one another, and if they don't want me there, I don't want to play. Sergio Garcia in the Ryder Cup.
I know, with all due respect to Rory and what have you, they're effing wrong when it comes to the Ryder Cup. Effing wrong. I do find it interesting that now all of a sudden Tiger and Rory and the PGA Tour want to sit down and negotiate a settlement. And it's funny because the LIV Tour is like, we're good. Did you see where Mayakoba, who was hosting a PGA Tour event, told the PGA Tour, we're going to go with the LIV?
Really?
Yeah. Uh-huh. A nice course in Oklahoma just committed to the LIV event in second week of May, right before the PGA. Yeah.
Is that the one that had the PGA? The course?
No, I don't think so. The course that I saw did not. I've never heard of it hosting a major championship before. Wow, your wife is all in. Wearing a German soccer jersey to school today?
That's awesome.
Well, in RCB, the funny thing is they may not. They may never have more leverage than they're having right now, and they don't realize it, and they may blow it. Okay, but they think they're going to win in court. And I think deep down, the reason the PGA Tour wants to negotiate is
because they think they're going to win in court.
They're worried.
And hey, look at, as someone who's been to court far more than I ever want to talk about, I remember my attorney who thought I would punch him in the mouth if I saw him today because he's such a scumbag. But he just said, anytime you go to court, there's a chance it goes the other way. You never know. And if they think it's 50-50, I wouldn't want to be sitting there with that.
But I think right now, and the LIV may be totally wrong, but they think they're getting World Golf ranking points, and I think they're going to get them too. Because hell, even when you got the John Rahms of the world complaining about the OWGR, you're going to have to fix it. And they think they're going to win in court.
You got 20 seconds. This game tonight's in Foxborough, right?
Correct.
Yeah. 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's New England at Buffalo to end the season.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes till the top of the hour, 17 minutes till we're out of here." Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Lee Sterling tomorrow. He'll make his picks. We'll make ours. Mark, I promise I'll go first tomorrow.
Oh, I don't care. I'm drawing them out of a hat this week. I'm going to put 5 games in a hat, and I'm just going to pick teams.
I'm impressed that you're going to stop at 5. I thought there was a chance that you were just, because you know what I'm going to do.
Yeah, you're going to play every game that there is.
Every single conference championship game. Absolutely. This is it. Come on now. I'm not going to play the Las Vegas Bowl.
It's not even worth doing for me this year. It's been so, I'm wasting listeners' time picking games unless they're just going to go against me.
Well, there you go. Let's face it. I mean, if you went against Miller and Moulton this year, hell,
God,
Vegas
made money.
Vegas would be envious of how much money you would have made if you went against Miller and Moulton this year. So, Pat Kerwin, Chris Landry. It's going to be a football Friday. I mean, it's December. Might as well keep it that theme.
That leads us, if we're doing that tomorrow, then let's do this now.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Starting 1913 today, Ford Motor Company has the first moving assembly line for the Model T.
What year was that?
1913.
Huh. Wow.
A little bit ahead of its time. 1924, the Bruins beat the Montreal Maroons at the Boston Arena. It's the first NHL game played in the United States.
So is that when that rivalry began?
Well, it wasn't even the Canadians. It was the Maroons.
No, I'm just thinking, so damn near 98 years.
I love this one. 1928, John Haidler was the National League president. He proposed a rule calling for a 10th man or a designated hitter to bat in place of the pitcher. The NL votes in favor of the proposal, and the American League turns it down. 1928.
45 years later, they switched roles.
I'd never heard of this before, David, and I doubt you had either. If you have, I'll be impressed. In 1930, the NHL drops the 20-minute slashing about the head penalty.
Wow. I'd never heard that.
That's a power play.
So if I slashed you in the head?
It was 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Right. Not 2-5 in a game, 20.
Got to remember, it was a little more dangerous then. They weren't wearing helmets.
Correct. 1953, Hef publishes the first edition of Playboy.
How'd that do?
1954, in a day only Moulton could enjoy, the Yankees in Baltimore completed the largest trade in Major League Baseball history. Don Larson was among 17 players that were traded. 17. Talk about those GMs that walked. I want to get rid of this guy. I want to get rid of this guy. Get rid of this guy and get rid of this guy.
Mark, the Yankees didn't win the American League pennant in 54 after having won like 4 or 5 in a row. And that's how they reacted to it. They traded half the damn team.
Today in 55, Rosa Parks is arrested for refusing to move to the back of the bus and give her seat to a white passenger in Montgomery, Alabama.
And needless to say, that led to, about 15 years worth of activity.
Today in 56, the U.S. would win their 4th consecutive Olympic gold medal in basketball. Bill Russell, Casey Jones, part of the 89-55 victory over the Soviets in the Melbourne Games. Today in 1957, Buddy Holly makes his debut on the Ed Sullivan Show. Sam Cooke was bumped a week before. He also performed. Pretty good show on Ed Sullivan that night. Buddy Holly and Sam Cooke. 64 after 3 seasons as the Colt 45s. Houston changes their team name to the Astros. Today in 67, the Jimi Hendrix Experience releases Access Bold as Love, their second album, and Wilt scores 52 in a win over Seattle, but would set a record with 22 missed free throws.
Telling you, it's the most remarkable part of his 100-point game against the Knicks at Hershey. He went 28 of 32 from the line. He was a career 51% free throw shooter.
Today in 71, the Cubs release Ernie Banks and announce he will serve as coach on Leo DeRocher's staff. And John and Yoko released Happy Christmas today in 71. Today in 73, Nicklaus wins the Walt Disney World Open by 1, but the significant part is he becomes the first player to reach $2 million in career earnings. 1982, Tootsie is released. I say it still plays today, David. 84, Beverly Hills Cop is released, and Doug Flutie wins his Heisman.
Beverly Hills Cop definitely plays today.
Oh, yeah. Today in 96, Gretzky becomes the only player in NHL history to reach 3,000 points, including playoffs, in a Rangers win over Montreal. Today in 97, the Canadiens play their 5,000th NHL game. They have a .620 winning percentage. And in 2018, Tyson Fury, in a split decision draw with Deontay Wilder at the Staples Center, and Fury dominates but was knocked down twice. Those born today that are no longer with us. I don't know who this is, David, but I love the name. Louis VI, King of Franks. He was known as Louis the Fat. How can I not like Louis the Fat?
Totally.
And Richard Pryor would have been 82 today. Woody Allen is 87. Lee Trevino is 83. Bette Midler and John Densmore from The Doors. He's 77. George Foster is 74. Larry Walker is 56. Sarah Silverman is 52. And Deshaun Jackson is 36. And that, David, is today was the day when.
Deshaun Jackson is 36, and he got behind a double team late fourth quarter in Jacksonville over the weekend. And he's 36. By the way, did anybody see that pass from Lamar? Biden time, kind of a half roll, stops, throws 62 yards in the air, hits him in stride.
Still trying to figure out what is going on with Baltimore because they are losing too many games late.
I know. And I feel badly for Lamar, and I understand his numbers are not what they've been in the past. He's not running quite as much. And with Andrews hurt for a month, his numbers are down. But, you know, in some of these games that they're losing, Lamar's actually leading them to the go-ahead score fairly late in the fourth quarter, only for the defense to give it up. And, you know, there's this question about Lamar. Is he good enough? You know, can he lead them to a championship? Well, he's actually had some fourth quarter comebacks this year to give his team the lead, only for them to then give it up.
Good news for the Ravens. They're an 8-point favorite. They play the Broncos.
And
get to 17, you should win.
And their schedule looks a lot easier than Cincinnati's to me.
I agree with you 100%. That's why I still think Baltimore wins that division. Cincinnati's going to have to do something special to win the division. I think the Bengals will make the playoffs, but their schedule much more difficult the rest of the way than is the Baltimore Ravens.
And remember, the Bengals got off to that awful division start where, much like we're talking about the Bills and the Dolphins, if the Bills lose today, it'll be difficult to see them winning any division tiebreakers. It's difficult right now to see the Bengals winning any division tiebreakers.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good, we go across the pond where guy's out with his dog. It's at night. He's walking the dog. There are fireworks going off. The dog bolts. It's a border collie. They are considered the smartest of all dogs. And he tried to get the 10-year-old border collie to come back. The dog took off a second time. And as he was spending time out trying to find the dog was smarter than him because the dog, while lost, walked itself to the police station and turned himself in. Police called the owner, dog back with owner. Smart dog. For the bad, we go to Bangkok, where a small Buddhist temple in northern Thailand has been left without monks after the entire monastery was found to have been using meth. I'm not making this up. Following orders to investigate drug use in the province, a local sheriff and village headman north of Bangkok poked around schools, factories, and temples in search of drug addicts and dealers so they could be sent for rehab. They sent all 4 monks from this temple to rehab.
That's unbelievable. Especially that all of them are doing it.
Yep.
Couldn't even get one of them just to say no.
I want to know how they stay silent that way.
Right.
Finally, the ugly. A Bonita Springs resident by the name of Donald Robinson was arrested and pleaded guilty to pulling the goalie on a plane next to a 21-year-old woman.
Oh, jeez.
The victim, 21-year-old woman, recorded a 24-second video of Robinson fondling himself and then put a text out to the entire plane and held it up that she was being assaulted by this man who touched her and doing what he was doing. They couldn't find the man as the aisles became too crowded, but were able to arrest him near baggage claim. And he'll spend a little time in the pokey. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, December the 1st, 2022.
I want to go back to the monks. So
Monks
who gave
on meth.
Who gave them up? I mean, can't imagine any of the 4 of them gave up, gave up the other 3, right? Who gave them up? Who gave up the monks?
I think they were just going door to door. Where do you get meth? The Buddhist temple.
I'll go down the street, make a right. Well, that's where the temple is. Like I said, go down the street, make a right.
Yeah, that is something. When you think Buddhist monks, you don't really think meth. Those two don't go together.
So then, of course, now they have to go get replacements. Because they're not bringing them back after rehab, right? They're done. They fired these
guys. Yeah, right.
Defrocked them or whatever it is they do. Right. Yeah. We say it all the time. Don't do meth.
Not very forgiving, though. I mean, aren't
no. You would think they would be more forgiving.
The Buddhists, a lot harsher line than the Christians. The Christians would have to forgive, wouldn't they? At least that's their motto.
Well, it all depends on their NIL sponsor, Mark. I'm going straight to.
Well, I'll be there next to you.
Yeah.
One game in the association tonight. Nice transition there. Dallas is at Detroit, where the Mavs are an 8-point favorite.
I think that's why Felipe did the mulligan. He realized, well, hell, on Friday, there's only one game. I mean, what am I going to talk about?
Everybody in the NHL seemingly playing tonight. The Lightning are at Philadelphia.
By the way, they're minus 235. The Flyers snapped their 10-game winless streak last time out. Do you take a flyer on the Flyers tonight?
I wouldn't. They've been playing terribly, even though they won that one game that you've pointed out. Pittsburgh and Vegas, that's a pretty good game. We do get Edmonton at Minnesota tonight on ESPN.
Excuse me. The other thing that we did not mention earlier in the show when we were talking hockey briefly, how about 35-year-old Penguins defenseman Chris Letang? Suffered a second stroke.
Right.
And it wasn't obvious. He just complained to the trainer. He said, I'm just not feeling right. I got a headache. I said, why don't you get checked out?
And that's an ESPN Plus game. I apologize, not ESPN.
And he had suffered a stroke 8 years earlier. They think it's not career-ending. And the irony is he's considered to be the guy in the best shape on the team, which is saying something because all hockey players are in great shape. And he plays 24 minutes a night, even as a 35-year-old defenseman.
Panthers are in Vancouver tonight as well. Both Florida teams in action, but you're going to have to stay up late to watch the Panthers.
Just saying this now, some of the teams that were expected to be big deals in the East have not gotten off to good starts. If you already start to look, I know we're only, 30% of the way through the NHL season. But, Mark, with the teams not having a lot of head-to-head matchups, it's difficult to gain ground now in the NHL. And there are some teams like the Rangers and the Panthers who right now are on the out. They got to start getting some points.
The Florida Panthers need to get their act together.
Yeah.
They made a lot of changes off of a really good team, and they have not yet gelled. They can still find themselves, but they're barely above 500. They're chasing quite a few teams to get into the postseason. I'm with you. This is a game like tonight, playing against Vancouver. You've got to win these games. Vancouver's a below-average team. Florida win. We've talked all show on and off about Thursday Night Football and the implications of how this works out. And I've been telling you that the Dolphins have a shot at the division if the Patriots win tonight. I don't see how the Patriots win tonight, David. I like Buffalo. I'd lay the points.
Well, Buffalo's clearly the better team. I'm picking New England. I think it's their season, and I think they know it. And I do like the fact that both teams have had a week to prepare for this since they both played on Thanksgiving. So we should get, even this late in the year on a Thursday night, probably get the two teams as rested as we're going to get the rest of the year on a Thursday. But give me Mac Jones and the Patriots. Josh Allen, too many turnovers in the red zone, Mark. Miller and Moulton. Football Friday tomorrow. Talk to you then.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here. Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. KRLI.
You could stop the broadcast if you want.
Oh, yeah, I probably can. See you, everybody.